Yep.
They call it the destination of speed. Welcome to Buriram in Thailand. It is the final 5th round of the Asian Road Racing Championships, coming to you live from the Chang International Circuit in the southeast of Thailand. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell to talk you through a full weekend's entertainment. 5 races in all and 5 titles up for grabs. First up will be the TVS One Make Championship. Then we walk through the superb underbone, the 250s, the 600s, and then the 1000 superbikes. So Barry, looking forward to a terrific finale to what's been a very difficult season for Asian Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, it has indeed. Let's just take a quick look at the circuit. 12 turns. Everybody knows it's got 12 turns because turn 12 is so famous. It looks flat from the outside, but there are undulations in it, most notably between turns 3 and 4. So as you come charging into turn 4, at in the case of superbikes, 300 clicks an hour, you come over that blind. So this is a really exciting circuit. Long straight, technical section in sector 3.
I've got some favourite circuits in the world, but I've definitely got a favourite corner, and it is corner number 12, particularly for these smaller CC engines, the 300s that the TVS One Make are on, and particularly the underbones later on. It is a place for absolute chaos unless you get your line right, even if you get your line right.
And what's a line, really? A line is between probably you and a chink of daylight you can squeeze through. So it is fascinating, and just look as we wait for them to go on their warm-up lap at the graphics we have on the start line.
Yeah, they're new, they are, aren't they? They look absolutely magnificent. Race 1 about to get underway. Will be an 8-lap circuit, and we will run you through the runners and the riders, in which Vorapang Malawan is obviously the local Thai favourite, and he's the leader of this TVS One Make, introduced to the Asian Road Racing Championship just this season. And Vorapang has led the way both as a leader and in terms of the overall championship and in terms of pole setting here at the Buriram circuit. So Vorapang on pole ahead of Watcherin, who's 3rd in the championship, and Natapon, another Thai in P3.
And on row 2 it's led by Hayato Kobayashi. Next to him, KY Ahmed, I beg his pardon, and 6th, Deepak Ravi Kumar.
Yeah, great to see the Indian racers getting up towards the top of the grid. Fugo Tanaka is in P7, ahead of number 2 in the championship standings, Deki Chano Aldi, and he's alongside Arshad Rusty, who did so well in qualifying in Malaysia last time out.
And leading row 4 is Varus Felix Fleming. Next to him, Freddie Jacobs, James Frederick Jacobs, and on the outside, Agun Septian.
Which leads us to the 5th row. It's 15 starters for today's race, and the defending Indian champion Jagan Kumar will be starting in P13, and he'll be alongside Alif Adamsyah, a young Indonesian who's come into this competition as a wild card, and Mio Nakahara, who's again put in a sterling effort all season without really picking up many points. Mio Nakahara.
Yep, she was lapping just a few, 3 or 4 seconds behind the very fastest riders, but I would say a couple of things to point out here. The first is that this is the first visit of the TVS Asia One Make Championship to Buriram, because they were not here for round one. Round one for these guys was in Sepang. And the other thing is the speed of these machines around here, Des, has been phenomenal. Their best lap times are 2 seconds quicker than the quickest AP250 lap times. So
maximum speeds of up to 205 kilometers an hour for Natapon. Just talking about that. There was an ooh in the background in my ear from the producers when we had a shot of the clouds earlier on today. The rain, it is in the rainy season in Southeast Asia, but rain tends to stay away from Buriram. But those clouds just looked a little bit ominous, Barry. We'll talk about that, no doubt, as the afternoon goes on.
Yeah, but for now, they're lining up in front of the man with the red flag. And we'll get another shot of that, that beautiful gantry above the start line any second. There it is.
Asia Road Racing Championship comes back to Buriram for the season finale once again. This is one where Vorapong, if he finishes ahead of Deki, he will be the champion. He's uncatchable. He's got 126 points in the championship and he's on pole. 94 for Deki Tiano in P2 in second. Watcherin, who's second on the grid, has 79. We are underway. It's a solid start from the man third on the grid. Watcherin got away slowly, but number 7 there, Vorapong Malawan, is in the wake there of it. Watcherin or Natapon, who got away very, very nicely around corner number 1.
Yeah, that was Natapon that got away so well, and Watcherin went backwards at the start, so I'm not sure where he is, but Vorapong, solid start from him to get away in second. And indeed, as we look at the screen,
back in first. That long straight comes down the hill. You mentioned describing the course before. It is a little bit undulating, not steep hills, not big climbs, but that's a gentle journey down into this first hairpin. 2 long straights to open up this circuit, which again gives it a certain uniqueness.
Yeah, and as they hit around 200 kilometers now and they come to that blind crest before they go into turn 4, there it is. I'm listening, but I can't hear whether they're backing off for this or not.
Well, Vorapong Malawan is the man who is in the lead at the moment. Watcherin has got himself back into P2. Watcherin, bike number 14. All these TVS bikes are identical. The engineers try to tweak a little bit for individual rider comfort, but obviously it's all the same. And Vorapong Malawan, who's the veteran of this group, he's got himself into a really good position early on in the first lap of 8.
And we saw a terrific tussle in qualifying as a couple of riders go off track. We saw a terrific tussle in qualifying for P1. At one point, Watcherin and Vorapong was separated by 1,000th of a second with Watcherin's advantage. And then Vorapong came through in the very last lap to take pole position. So it shows what a fighter he is. He's away at the front now.
He has a lead indeed over Watcherin, 1 and 2 on the grid. Fugo Tanaka and KY Ahmad coming through. We'll talk about the Indian race in just a while. Bike number 8 though for KY Ahmad. He's just behind Tanaka and it's good to see he's there. It's also nice to see the Singaporean Arsia Drusty carrying on the form that he showed he's capable of at Sepang last time out when he was fastest in qualification. Didn't transfer that into the races. Now we'd like to transfer it into the races with Arsia Drusty, bike number 3.
Absolutely right. He's been looking pretty happy this weekend. Actually, he got married last weekend, so it could be more than one reason.
There he is. He's just leading that little group there. It's the second group, but Vorapong is leading a merry dance. Arshad in the easy-to-spot orange and lime green helmet just drops a couple of places. They go over the crest and down into the left-hand corner. You've got 3 left-handers and then 4 right-handers. It's terrifically created circuit here in Buriram, and it's generating some major events coming its way, and ARRC has been with the Buriram circuit ever since it first came into being. There is KY Ahmad, the Indian racer. As I said, I think we've been quietly rooting for the Indian racers because the TVS series does so well in India itself. We've been quietly rooting for them to make good in the national or the regional championship, Barry, but it hasn't happened so far this year.
No, but this is the first time we've seen them really coming through, and it has been KY Ahmed who's led the way. Although Deepak Ravikumar has shown well as well in free practice. as we just look here at Watcherin, having another look at Vorapong. In terms of championship, that's quite interesting, because Dekitiano Aldi is closest to Vorapong, and he's further back in the pack.
But Vorapong, if he finishes effectively, he's going to win the title. He's 32 points clear of Dekitiano, so the fact is he's taking no chances. He's saying, I'm going to get away from the rest of you. Obviously, he's ridden this circuit multiple times for multiple teams, so he knows the right moves, the right lines to take, and he's got himself a huge lead at the moment. It's nearly 3 seconds Vorapong is ahead of Fudo Kotanaka. Indeed it is. It's 3.24 seconds between the first two and the second group led by Tanaka.
Yeah, Watcherin, of course, a favoured rider here. He's won races in the Asia Talent Cup here. Really highly rated Thai rider.
Arshad Rusty again getting close alongside Fugo Tanaka. Dekitiano Aldi is beginning to make a move. Deki, I'm sure, isn't genuinely thinking of a title challenge, but he certainly would like to hold on to P2 ahead of Watcherin. That's an interesting battle. It's only 15 points separating Deki, bike number 16, and Watcherin, bike 14. And at the moment, it's bike 14, Watcherin in P2, and would take a bit of advantage going into tomorrow's final race.
Yeah, coming into this round, Deki really fancied himself in an impudent kind of way. I interviewed him right next to Vorapong on Thursday, and he was full of smiles and thinking, am I really the apprentice? Who's going to be following who here?
Well, I think we're seeing who is the apprentice here.
So yeah, order has been re-established.
So this is the battle for P3. 17 is Fugo Tanaka, one of the Japanese races in this TVS One Make Series, as we approach the end of lap number 3 of 8. It's been a bit of an easy ride so far, or I should say an excellent ride from Vorapong Malawan that nobody else has been able to keep up with. Watcherin, and 4.5 seconds behind is Fugo Tanaka, KY Ahmad 4th, Dekitiano, Arshad Rusty, and Afif Adamshah on as a wild card. He's got himself in P7.
Yeah, look at the lap times as well. 151s, 151.6s for both Vorapong and Watcherin.
That's not far off what they did in qualifying. 151.3.
Yeah, these bikes have developed tremendously during the season. We saw them locking the back wheel up under braking. I remember the first time out at Sepang back in May, but now they've got them really well sorted out. They've worked well with the electronics and the engine management system, which, courtesy of A-Racer, like many classes in ARRC, and they've just got faster and faster. And now, as you said, Des, they're doing 200, 210 on this straight, and they're 2 seconds a lap quicker than the AP250s.
And they're handling a little bit better, I think, than we expected as well. They're lighter than the traditional ones that you can pick up in the on the retail stores, but they've taken off quite a bit of weight. But even so, I think we expect them to handle a little bit awkwardly, but they look like they're pretty easy to maneuver as we look at the battle for P3. Fugo Tanaka, we're ignoring Vorapong because he's so far ahead.
Yeah, and at the back of that group, I just saw there Hayato Kobayashi.
As we see there, Jimmy Jacobs, Freddie Jacobs.
Yeah, one of 2 Australians there. The other one, Varus Felix Fleming, has been suffering from injury since a nasty knock he took at Sepang back in May. He's recovering from that, and he has been back training in Spain because he also races in Spain.
Vorapong has gone through the start-finish line, 3 seconds clear of Watcherin. Watcherin himself is 2.5 seconds clear of Fugo Tanaka. I think we're really looking to see if Dekitiano Aldi is able to make up any time on Watcherin. That's in terms of the championship, but wow, that is a huge lead for Vorapong Malawan. And how do you explain it if they're on similar bikes? Well, I suspect I know the answer, but how can it be such a differential inside half the race?
I'm surprised it's that much of a difference, because they've run him much closer at all the other races. But he has track knowledge here. He's won championships here, Vorapong. But I still don't think that entirely explains his speed today.
I was going to say, I can see it getting you tenths and 2/10 of a second on a lap, but not a effectively it's a second a lap that he's taking out of everybody else on the circuit. So let's focus on P3. Tanaka's ridden pretty conservatively in there. Dekitiano Aldi has got himself up into P4, so he's got a podium place in his sights, as does Arshad Rusty, as does KY Ahmed, although KY Ahmed is taken there by the young Aussie, James Jacobs. Freddie Jacobs, I should call him.
Yep, and Decky is going to be trying to muscle his way up there. The question is, can he close what looks like a 2 or 3 second gap back up to Fugo Tanaka?
Well, corner number 12 isn't going to come into play really in this race, certainly not for Vorapong. He's already gone through corner 12, as has Watcherin. Fugo Tanaka is leading the way. It's a little bit more congested here, as there Vorapong goes over the line. It was a 3 second lead, it's now up to 4 seconds. He is taking 0.75 of a second off this group, lap on lap on lap. It's an impressive performance. Coming through at the back, Natapon, who had a good start, and Mio Nakahara in P15. So everybody is through the start-finish line as we are beyond the halfway point of this race. But Vorapong, what a performance.
Fantastic, and as we were saying, I can't explain that, but at the just behind Watcherin is this group. Well, now it's splitting into 2 groups, a subgroup of 4 and a subgroup of 3 as they go around turn 3 now, and then plunge down towards turn 4. We've got Fugo Tanaka, number 17, leading that group. Behind him,
Just,
back up.
just beginning to make a move, isn't he, as he goes down that, as you say, it can be a little bit disconcerting if you're not used to it. It's you come over the brow of the hill, then immediately into a sharp left-hander. 16, Dekitiano loses a place there. KY Ahmad is well in the mix here for a podium, and I don't think we've had an Indian on the podium so far this season.
No, we certainly haven't. So let's see what he can do. He has got a little bit of work to do, but we're about halfway through, 3 laps to go.
Indian champion Jagan Kumar is also, he's made a move up to the top 10, P10, but he's probably beyond the reaches of a podium. This is the battle for P3, and Deki, having lost P4 earlier on, has got himself back into P4 and is now possibly going to make a move on the inside to take P3 round the notorious corner 12. Tanaka goes wide, Deki just manages to hold on to the back end.
Yeah, no doubt what Deki's plan is for the rest of this race. The championship's running away from him at the front in the form of Vorapong. Oh, and there was a contact there. Touched the back wheel, and which bike was that? Let's zoom in, can't see it.
Well, it's not Vorapong, it's not Watcherin. I'm just trying to see Jimmy Jacobs. No, he's in the pits.
He was a little further back, I think. Now let's look. I think it was that Arshad? Oh no.
No, Arshad's at the back of that little group. I'm wondering if it is. It wasn't KY Ahmad, was it? 16. Oh, it's Deki. It is Deki.
Yeah.
Dekitiano Aldi, and his chances of the championship evaporate at that moment. His chance of P2 in the championship also now hanging by a thread, because Watcherin in P3 was just 15 points adrift, and Watcherin looks good to pick up 20 points here, and Dekitiano will just hope to finish the race and pick up any number of points they can possibly get.
And it's looking like a 3rd or 4th podium in this series for Fugo Tanaka as well.
Indeed, he's had 3 P3s in his last 4 races. As we look a little bit further down, this is Hayato Kobayashi, who we've not really mentioned. And 19 is Afif Adamsha. 12 is Hayati. That's the battle for P6 at the moment, gifted to them by Dekitiano Aldi. Freddie Jacobs is still in the pits. Bad news for the Aussie as we come through here at the tail end of 1 lap to go after this. And the man in P3 will hold on to that is Fugo Tanaka, ahead of Arshad Rusty and KY Ahmad. This will be a good battle for P3. 1 and 2, barring catastrophe, is just about established. But Arshad Rusty and KY Ahmad looking for their best results of the season if they can just hold on to the tail of Fugo Tanaka.
Yeah, this is really good to see the Singaporean and the Indian so close to the front. And any slip up ahead of them will put one of them at least on the podium.
I've rather ignored the fact that it will be the championship secured for Vorapong Malawan if he secures the victory, and that looks exactly what he is going to do. An insurmountable lead up at the front, and Watcherin will really close in on P2. So we are looking at the other stories, the other narratives that we can possibly pick up.
Yeah, and I think this battle between Arshad Rusty and KY Ahmed is probably going to be the story, because everybody else is clear. The advantage is with Arshad at the moment in P4.
Arshad Rusty in the easy to spot helmet, the young Singaporean hunkers down. KY Ahmed desperately trying to perform the best results of the season for an Indian racer in this TVS One Make Series. Its debut season on the Asia Road Racing Championship. This is race number 7 of 8 of the season. 17 going through is Tanaka. KY Ahmed looks on the outside of Arshad Rusty. Arshad, though, he has the right line.
Yeah, this is a nice little battle, isn't it? But we switch back to
the champion. This is the man, Vorapong Malawan, who with his 3rd victory of the season secures both the race here and the overall championship. Watcherin comes in P2, somebody's gone wide.
Arshad went wide at turn 12.
Oh, that could be a penalty for him. Tanaka's got in 3, Arshad 4, KY Ahmad 5. But we could have got track limits there, Barry Russell. We'll talk about there. Kobayashi, FIM, Jagan Kumar 8, Varis Feeling and Agung Septian completing the top 10.
Yeah, I think I called that wrong. I don't think that was Arshad going off at turn 12.
It's Tanaka, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Tanaka, which means that Arshad Rusty might be rewarded with his first podium. But let's focus on that in a minute, and let's look at the champion's helmet for the leader of this TVS One Make Series with a full race to go. An unstoppable lead for Vorapong Malawan.
Absolutely, we're going to see some celebrations now. Not only is he the master of this series, he's a master of social media too. So this will have been planned. And there is the t-shirt. Well, we knew that was going to be ready.
Dekitiano Aldi may not get a result here. Oh, he has. He's just finished Dekitiani. So he's got himself 2 points, which keeps him in the race for P2, but in P3 in the overall championship standings. But there is your winner. He's got a lead of 52 points with 1 race to go. And it's been a season where he's had 3 wins, 3 second places and a 3rd. I think ever since the first moment that the TVS One Make started in Sepang, we've been anticipating him becoming the champion, Barry Russell.
Yeah, I'm just smiling to myself because we've been calling him the master this season, and right there at the bottom of the bib he's put on, the championship winning bib, is those words, the master. So congratulations to him.
To be confirmed these, because Tanaka could well be the result of investigation. Vorapong takes it. 5.7 seconds slowing down ahead of Watcherin. Tanaka at the moment is 4th P3 in 5 races. Arshad Rusty P4. KY Ahmed, the Indian, in P5 ahead of Kobayashi from Japan in 6. Alif Adamsha, the Indonesian, wildcard in 7 ahead of Jagan Kumar. So 2 Indian racers in the top 8 for the first time this season. Varis Felix Fleming, the best of the Aussies, down in 9. Agung Septian and Deepak Ravikumar in 11. Natapon, disappointing for him, having been in P3 in qualification. Mio Nakahara coming in P13, 26 seconds down. And then just finishing, I need to confirm that he actually finished in time. Dekitiano Aldi could pick up 2 points for that. Could be crucial. Did not finish. Freddie Jacobs.
Yeah, heartbreak there for Deki. We were hoping to keep the championship alive, and there he is on the graphic. Look at that. What phenomenal work by the ARC graphics guys.
It is, it's very sexy, isn't it? Vorapong Malawan, 2022 TVS One Make champion in the debut season for this competition. And it's a nice long lap of honour as he comes past those makeshift grandstands into corner number 12, which he has been... Oh, it's not there. He's... Yeah, he's taken the circuitous route, isn't he?
Yeah, he's gone through the car park that is the runoff area for turn 4.
Oh, and now he just finds a lot of gravel.
Is he going to go off-road? Well, he's going to be celebrating. Let's see, and it will have been planned, knowing him.
Well, he's got a great association with the brand, and the brand, I think, will be delighted that the man who's carried the flag literally is still doing it.
Oh, he's going to do a Jorge Lorenzo, I think. Is he going to plant the flag? Yes, he is. Well, apart from his work as the master of the apprentices, TVS have got to be delighted with the publicity they get from this rider. Actually, the gravel trap wasn't having too much of that, but yeah.
It's not designed for putting flags in. It's designed to stop bikes going off, but great photo opportunity. It'll just delay the time in the Parc Ferme a little while. But Vorapong Malawan in the gold winner's helmet with the flying the flag literally and metaphorically for TVS on their debut season. Still one race to go, still plenty to talk about. And the 2 points for Deke Giono Aldi, they could help him because he's only 3 points adrift of Watcherin in the overall championship standings. 99 plays 96 unofficially.
Yeah, also a little bit of a heartbreak there for Natapong Kalmun, who made a terrible start and eventually finished down in 13th. Sorry, 12th.
Enjoying his moment. It's quite a long lap when you stop and plant a flag.
Yeah, it is. It is. No doubt our Daniel will be tapping his foot down in Parc Ferme. That's a nice champion's helmet as well, I've noticed, by KYT. Nice design on it. The marketing. I actually know one or two of the people that are behind this is impressive. There he goes.
It's not easy holding a flag. It's like jousting in the old medieval times, isn't it? You've got to think of two things at once. Vorapong Malawan, champion, TVS Asia, one make championship. As he heads into the pits for no doubt what will be more celebrations. He's a cheerful chap at the best of times. We've noted a few times in commentary, even when he's come in P2 or P3, big smile on his face.
Yeah, always. Terrifically positive attitude. That's fed through to the other riders in this series, all of whom you can see have developed. And he's not through yet. Here we go. Oh, here's the pit board now in gold, of course.
Well, he's coming towards the end of his career, so he says. But I know you, for one, would love him to carry on racing. He's looking for training opportunities and to start an academy.
Yeah, his career in motorcycle racing is developing. He's still passionate about racing, and I don't think he's going to retire. Certainly not for next year. He just loves racing.
Daniel Bogas is down, waiting patiently for the race winner to maybe just come and give us a few words of wisdom.
Yeah, he needs some patience there because Vorapong will enjoy every spare moment of this, and there he is.
We're down here at Parc Ferme with Vorapong Malawan, champion of the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. Vorapong, it's been an absolutely spectacular season for you. Great performances. How are you feeling?
Today is a little bit have pressure in me. I need to champion in the last one, and I very happy with TVS Racing now. So improve the bike too much, and I know the staff is so work hard for every round. We improve step by step and big gap per step. Now today we will make 1 minute 51, so improve so much. It's faster than AP250, and this is my target. Need to make a master of this class for TVS Asia One Make. I need to say thank you. Yeah, I need to say thank you for TVS Racing and TVS staff for the media and mechanic. And special thanks to India fan, Thailand fan, and Asia fan. This time, race is not long time. In the race, just only 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But I wait for the Asia champion over 10 years. This is the new victory for me, and yes, we can do it.
Great words there. Congratulations once again. We see you in race 2.
Thank you.
Race 1 of the TVS Asia 1 meg from the Chang International Circuit. Vorapong Malawan on pole position, bike number 7. Not getting off to the best start though. Wacharin Tuktimon from Thailand, his compatriot, is the man who made the better start, but halfway down the first straight, and Vorapong just established his stamp on this race, and boy, did he lead from here on inwards, Barry Russell.
It only looked challenging for him for the first few hundred meters, and then he just got away, and that was it. I have to say, Wacharin was matching his lap times pretty closely in the early stages, but Vorapong knows how to lead from the front. That's one of his masterclass things he does, and absorb the pressure. But you could see just how much that meant to him as an Asian championship.
Yeah.
Behind him,
there was a bit of emotion in the celebration from Vorapong at the end, but behind him then there was a good battle going on between Fugo Tanaka, Arshad Rusty from Singapore, and India's KY Ahmad Kobayashi in there as well. But there would be a real problem for Dekitiano Aldi later on. Dekitiano, bike number 16, needed high points to really challenge Wacharin for P2 in the championship, and as he makes his way up into P4 there, it was looking all good for Dekitiano, but something will go really badly wrong later.
Yeah, we thought he was coming up, but as in qualifying this morning, he had a problem, a crash in qualifying this morning, and this just hasn't been quite his day, and the championship's gone.
The battle for P3, Arshad Rusty very much involved, bike number 3. We are still waiting to see if there's any kind of sanction against Fugo Tanaka, who crossed the line in P3 but seemed to extend track limits, but none of that impacted Vorapong Malawan. He has led this race from the start. He has led this championship from the start. His third victory of the season means that he is champion with one race still to go. I'm back live with Vorapong, and it was quite an emotional speech that he gave. It was a speech, it wasn't an interview answer, was it? It was a speech.
It was. He started talking, and then he remembered that he had a few things he wanted to say, and it was good that he got that out, that it does mean a lot to him. You can see he's definitely driven by passion. It's not all about just the technical skill and the riding and the aggression on the bike. As we see them there on the other side of the track from the grandstand, getting ready to mount the podium. Hugs all around. One of the executives from TVS there. And of course the pit board. We've got all the trimmings here, Des.
And of course he doesn't forget his backroom staff, the engineers behind. He's very complimentary of them. When he was speaking to him throughout the season, he's always talking about TVS and the progress they have been making very modestly. As he looks for a selfie as well.
Yeah, he's a proper leader though, Vorapong. The people around him love working with him. And another podium for Fugo Tanaka.
Yeah, it's 4 in the last 5 now. Assuming he doesn't get penalised. He went so far off the circuit. We both thought it was Arshad Rusty who went off, but it was Tanaka. He recovered to land in P3, but he went so far wide on corner number 12.
Yeah, no notices coming up on the bottom of the screen. So for the moment, at least, that stands. And we only glimpsed that incident once. We haven't seen a replay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the podium ceremony for the TVS Asia 1 Make Championship. In third place, Fugo Tanaka.
So Tanaka has been called up in third place. That's a great result for him. It's been a season of improvement. He missed the first 2 races in Sepang, and then he's had 4 P3s since then.
Yeah.
Wacharin, that's his second podium, a race win, and now a P2. And of course, the master.
Well, he put any question about that to bed with that performance. That was stunning.
Now we would like to invite Mr. Selva Brother
Takes an extravagant bow in front of his team. That's opposite the main grandstand where there's quite a number of sponsors on board. Selvaraj Balasubramaniam is the general manager of TBS Racing. They have been a good addition to the Asian Road Racing Championships. I do like it when the junior or the one makes do come in. It adds a little bit of variety and gives an opportunity to see racers from other parts of the region. Fugo Tanaka in P2, Watcherin Tuptimon, who's had a very good season and is in P2 in the championship standings now, ahead of Dekitiano Aldi. But there is the man who has led the way, a fastest lap of 151.655. And he won slowing down.
Yeah, never been off the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for TBS Asia.
Confirmation of the standings as the grid girls escort Selvaraj off the podium, leave the glory to the racers as it should be. And the unofficial standings, it's a 52-point lead for Varapong ahead of Watcherim. And here indeed are the official standings as they are. Vorapong Malawan, champion, 151 points. Watcherin, 99 points, just 3 ahead of Dekitiano. So we'll keep a close eye on that tomorrow. Fugo Tanaka's very good season means he's now up into P4, ahead of Agung Septian, who was disappointing today, down in P10. KY Ahmad, 60 points for him. Best of the Indian racers. Arsia Drusty, a best position for him this season, P4 in 7th with 53. And Hayato Kobayashi yet to break the 50-point barrier, down in 8th. Okay, so the first race of the afternoon is over. First race of the weekend is over. We get to some real fun after the break. The Underbones 150s. It is always thrilling racing. Do join us in a couple of minutes' time on the Asia Road Racing Championship from Buriram in Thailand. Check. Final round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship coming to you from the Chang International Circuit in Buriram in eastern Thailand. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell describing the action for you over these last 2 days of the season. We've just seen the TVS One Make Championship decided. Vorapong Malawan, a local Thai with the victory. Conditions absolutely beautiful today, Barry. 31 degrees, looking good, and those dark clouds have drifted away at the moment.
Yeah, we wondered this morning. The weather is predictable around these parts, but the sky not threatening at all at the moment.
Our focus now, though, turns to the Underbone 150cc Championships. Earlier on today, the Super Pole threw up 1 or 2 surprises. Firstly, April King Moscato, who's had a frustrating season in the Underbone Championship. April King, he's not really challenged where he thought he would, just had 1 podium, but he got himself up from 13th in qualification up into a position near the top. And in fact, he's got himself 2nd fastest in the Super Pole.
Yeah, one of the things I think you saw there is we know the quality of April King, so given him alone on a good bike on this circuit, he put in a very, very good lap, and he was one of the first riders out, and he held it, so that was good performance from him.
Wayu Ajitrilaksana was also looking to put in a good lap. We're on board here with Nazrul Izzat Bahodin. Now, Nazrul Izzat did not finish last time out in Malaysia. Otherwise, he could be challenging for a place near the top 3 of the championship standings. Nazrul Izzat coming in P3, though, having been 2nd fastest in the traditional qualification.
Yep, exciting rider. Had some bad luck this year, but he'll be out for a big finish to the season without a doubt.
Now, Gupita Krishna had been fastest in qualification, but it would not be the case today. Gupita Krishna would finish 14th in the Super Pole. And what we would see would be Hafiza Rofa, one of the many Malaysians who double up the Asia Road Racing Championship Underbone with the Cub Prix. And Hafiza Rofa would come through fastest overall, despite having only been 6th fastest in qualification. So it's Hafiza Rofa, April King Moscato, and Nazrul Izzat Bahodin, 1, 2, 3 on the grid.
Yeah.
As the riders make their way out onto the sunny circuit in Buriram, it's the sun is beating down now. It's pretty warm out there and pretty windless as well.
Yep, and yeah, it's beautiful. And there is the Team Purple, two purple teams. Uma Racing for the Philippines and for Malaysia, 2 riders apiece. And the best of those is April King Moscato in terms of where they're starting this race from. And again, looking at this track with these small engine bikes, it's all about slipstreaming, and you can see there are 3 fairly, well, 2 very long straights, 1 short straight, where that is all important. And then through the technical section, great fun for these underbones. And of course at turn 12, they are 5 abreast or so, and the drama is just beyond belief.
Absolutely magnificent. The overall championship standings coming into this final weekend. Wayu Ajitrilaksana is the man to beat. He has an 11-point advantage over Izzat Zaidi Salan. Now, Izzat Zaidi was another who did not finish race number 2 at Sepang last time out, whereas Wayu Aji got himself a 20-point lead to leapfrog him. So Wayu Aji in the lead, Izzat Zaidi in P2, FIM ran down in P3, but the championship is clearly between those top 2.
Yeah. Different paths they've taken to this. Wayu Aji has been consistent throughout the season, scoring 1 win but a whole hatful of podiums, whereas Izzat has got 3 wins, and those are the only times he's been on the podium, but that's given him the 115 points that gives him a crack at this title.
But that did not finish could well come back to really haunt him. Mind you, he's got 2 races. There's plenty of points available. 2 races this weekend, 50 points up for grabs. The differential is only 11. So if he gets a P1 in this particular race, it immediately puts him into a strong position for tomorrow. Lots of ifs and ands and buts, though. Wayu Aji, I need to tell you, is quite a long way down in the overall grid. I think it was P6 for Wayu Ajitrilaksana. Izzat Zaidi down in P15. Although it's not that important in Underbone, Barry, it doesn't help.
No, we've seen Izzat come back from that, but he broke down on his outlap in Super Pole, so that's what put him in 15th position. but he'll know what to do. He's full of bonhomie this weekend too. Is that spoken to him a few times, and he's really enjoying himself and looking forward to this.
We had a shot there of Izzat Zaidi. We've got a reverse camera for him. He'll be hoping that we're seeing the riders behind him. Let's go down though onto the grid where Daniel Bogas is looking to interview one or two personalities.
We're down here at the grid for the Underbone 150 race run for the final round of the 2022 season. As you can see, indicated beautifully by the LED board behind me. So we're going to talk to a few of the riders who really brought up the headlines here. First of all, it's going to be Hafiza Rofa, teammate to Wahyu Haji, who's fighting in the championship. So Hafiza, it was a brilliant performance from you in qualifying and in Super Bowl, but your teammate is the one fighting in the championship. Is your plan to help him out, or are you going for the win?
We will see in this race one. I just do my job and focus the race. For him, I wish good luck and get the championship.
All right, thank you so much, Hafiza. Good luck to you for this race. And now we're going to head back into the second row, where we're going to talk with Wahyu Haji. So Wahyu Haji still has his championship hopes alive. However, we just saw it's his teammate Hafiza, who is currently starting from first. But then again, Wahyu Haji not starting from a bad place at all. We're going to try and get a word with Wahyu. Wahyu, can we get a quick word? I think Wahyu Haji is having an issue with the bike, and that's quite interesting actually. They're working somewhere where its ECU would be, so that's a little bit of drama that could spell they're really working on his bike. Actually, you can get a quick shot of that. That's interesting. It looks like Wahyu Haji's bike might have some issues. So nevertheless, we're gonna head back now to Izzat Zaidi. We're looking for P15. For those who have been following us, yes, it is weird to have Izzat Zaidi back here, but it's all due to an issue that he had on Super Bowl, and we're going to get a quick word. So, Izzat, unfortunate at Super Bowl, but you start from 15th. But I'll tell you one thing, there's some drama going on with Wahyu's side. We know in Underbone, qualifying doesn't matter. What are your chances in this race?
I think I follow the group and very struggle in Thailand because my bike not okay, but I try in the race. Inshallah, I try the best to find the race. This one.
Thank you so much, Izzat. Good luck for this race. And yeah, just going to give a quick word about Wahyu's bike. They're still working on it. We'll probably get a shot better of that later on. But for now, we're heading back to Des and Barry in the commentary box.
Great work, Daniel, and a real concern there for Wahyu Haji Trilaksana. We were concerned, or I was concerned about Izzat Zaidi being down in P15. He's not overly concerned. We'll keep a close eye, though, on Wahyu Haji Trilaksana, and especially at the start he makes, Barry.
Yeah, Izzat said he's been struggling. That hasn't really shown in his performance so far this weekend. I think he's in good shape. I think April King's in good shape too. He's just taken a step forward later in the season, grabbing himself a podium.
P2 for April King alongside Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. Now Nazrul Izzat is in P4 in the championship. He's had this is a real mixed bag of results. Did not start, did not finish, a win, a second, a third, a 14th and a 17th. It's a real mixed bag of results.
Yeah, and that's why he's not a championship contender, but he's certainly a contender for this race.
On the second row of the grid, we've got Hafid, one of the Indonesians who, again, he had a dreadful start to the season. Did not start, did not finish, did not finish, did not finish. You can't win a championship if your first four results are 0 points.
No, but he's looking to pull himself back up with the help of his teammate. And here we're looking at Pirapong Lubimpeng, number 14. He's due another good result this season. He's on home territory now. He's looking pretty happy there on the grid, so hopefully he can turn a good result in for Team One for All.
Then the drama, Wahyu Haji, he's still not on the bike. They are still working with the telemetry, and there are anxious looks all over that one XOX TKR racing team. Wahyu Haji, that heart will be beating fast.
Yeah, he looks calm on the outside, but it's difficult for him.
Giancarlo Maurizio, the second of the Filipinos from the UMA Racing Philippines team. Again, Giancarlo has more than held up his end this season. All three from the Philippines, including John Emerson and Guito, have really provided good value for money this season.
Yeah, they absolutely have.
Then Ahmad Fazli Sham, the veteran. We keep talking. He consistently leads through lap 1, 2, 3 and 4 and hasn't been able to put the results seriously together this season.
Not this season, no. And this is the first time we've seen him at Chang because he missed round 1 with COVID.
He did. He was one of many 3 quarantine absentees. That seems a long time ago, and yet it's just this season,
doesn't it?
The COVID affected. Ahmad Afif Amram, I keep bigging this fella up. He won the Malaysia Cup Pre-Championships just last week. He's a terrific racer. I hope I don't put a curse on him. And then Shafiq Rosley, another very, very talented Malaysian racer, looking to transfer Cup Pre form onto the Asia Road Racing Championships. Right then, Wayu Aji, how is that looking, Barry Russell?
There's a lot of activity going on there. I think they're clearing away now. So hopefully they've got that sorted out, because we want a nice, even, fair fight for the championship. There's a wild card, the very quick Thai, Thurikij Buapa.
Bike 555, the man in black. That'll be good to see. And another of the wild cards is Pascon San Luang.
Yeah, good performance from him. He made the cut and finished up qualifying in 12th.
P13 to Dimas Juli Atmoko, the Indonesian for the LFN team. Started off the season very well, if I recall, but has fallen away just a little bit.
Finishing results not there. And you could say the same, actually, for Gupita, the former double champion. Gupita Krishna, fastest in qualifying, not so great in Super Pole.
Former champion, 2 pole positions he's had this season, so he'll be frustrated down in P14. And we had a word with Izzat Zaidi Salam. He can't afford to not finish here. He must get high up in the points because he trails Wayu Aji Trilaksana by 15. Keep an eye in the man in green, extreme left of your picture. Wayu Aji Trilaksana in this formation lap. Is he able to get away cleanly? Because he had all kinds of telemetry problems getting the bike in condition. Daniel Bogas picked it up absolutely beautifully and then was shunned away for his questions.
That's right, he's doing his job brilliantly.
Right, it's only a formation lap, but this is tense for Wayu Aji,
isn't it? I mean, we're all watching to see if he gets away smoothly.
Oh, and it's a long wait. Wayu Aji is indeed off okay. Okay, right, so the drama is averted for now. Here is the grid. Hafiza Rofa, bike 24, 1F2 TKR Racing Team on pole ahead of April King Moscado and Najul Izzat Bahodim, both for Uma Racing, 1 for Philippines, 1 for Malaysia.
And Hafid Pradamaticca leads the road 2 from Pirapong Nui Bumpeng, and defending his championship lead, Wayu Aji Trilaksana.
Onto the third row of the grid, we have Giancarlo Maurizio from Uma Racing Philippines alongside Ahmad Fazli Sham, who's a favourite for us all, and Ahmad Afif Amran, who's a favourite of mine for the Cardinals Racing Team.
And row 4, Shafiq Rosley, impressive wildcard, Thurikij Buapa, and another impressive wildcard, Pascon San Luang.
Wildcards could throw a spanner in the works. Dimas Juliat Moka will hope to get up near the top of the grid, as will Gupita Krishna. You can never write off Gupita Krishna on the Yamaha Sniper, the Indonesian, alongside Izzat Zaidi Salaam, second in the championship.
And down on row 6 we have Murabil Vitoni, we have Nguyen Duc Tan for Honda Racing Vietnam, and Jordan Bardaru, who was second in race 1 here back in March.
20 starters. Antoine, the second of the Vietnamese for Honda Racing Vietnam in P19, and a difficult time in qualification for John Emerson Ngito. I was praising what the Philippines have been able to do generally this season, but for Ngito, a difficult qualification. He'll be frustrated to be down in P20.
And he'll be making his way through. He's been very quick this weekend, John Emerson Ngito, and we've seen some nice flashes from him this season.
Hafiza Rofa, 64 points in the championship standings. The title is between Wayu Aji Trilaksana and Izzat Zaidi, barring catastrophe for both of them. Third place, though, is really wide open. You've got 5 genuine contenders. Afif Amran, Izzat Bahoudin, April King, Hafiza Rofa, and John Emerson Ngito. But Izzat Zaidi Salaam, this is the view that he will hope everybody else has of his bike.
Absolutely right, yep. And And they've got a lot at stake here. They've got 3 bikes, 3 wonderful racers on their machines. Final round, race 1. Mayuaji trundling around there. He looks comfortable. He's not looking down at the bike. That wasn't a troubled look.
That must have been a terrifying moment though for him. You saw the anxiety in his face when Daniel went to interview him and say, do you mind we have a word? Expletive deleted.
Yeah, he does get his race face on. I mean, wonderfully pleasant, friendly, funny guy without his helmet on, but yeah, he really is serious about this, and that would have been a very difficult moment for him. Let's hope he gets away well and we have a good fight.
We'll still keep a very, very close eye on him. Alongside him there was Nazrul Bahudin. The telemetry is still being checked. So Hafiz Arofa, his green-clad teammate, is on pole position on the extreme right of your picture. On the extreme left of your picture, the man to look out for in the green is the championship leader, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. In between then, April King Moscado, Nazrul Izzat, Hafid Pratmaditya, and Pirapong Luboypeng. Right, when the lights go out, or go on, we will be under orders. 8 laps of the circuit, and Wayu Aji is off nice and safely, and his heart can just beat a little bit more regularly at the moment as they come into the first corner. A little bit of jockeying for position, but the first problem for Wayu Aji is negotiated safely.
Yeah, that's it. He's away well. He's in touch exactly where he needs to be at this very early point in the race. And there was, yeah, a little bit of elbows further back in the field, but no harm done. That's Pirapong Luboypeng moving up close to the front as well as they come into the braking zone for turn 3.
It's very good of Team One for All to give us such vivid colours on their liveries as Pirapong tries to just ease through the inside. There's plenty of space around that hairpin, but if you're challenging for the racing line, bikes can obviously get in each other's way, and the purple of Uma Racing, very, very prominent. April King Moscado just got himself a wheel in front at the moment, but that's underbone for you. What's that? That's 10 abreast. That's fantastic.
And they're coming into that turn at about 180 clicks.
Ooh, one of the Uma Racing bikes has gone backwards at a rate of knots there. I think he just took everything away from his speed, and he dropped from P3 right the way down. Nazrul Izzat, I think it might have been.
I think that was Nazrul, yeah, because that's April King that we just had the close-up of. A few riders going wide there.
Yeah, at the very, very back, Nazrul Izzat is looking down at his at the problems that he's got, and he was challenging at the top end of the race, and he really does look like he's losing control.
I think that's Giancarlo Maurizio.
Is it Maurizio? Wow. Up at the front though, look at that. Wayu Aji Trilaksana has got himself up into P5, and the green-clad Hafiz Arofa. He's a very good pro, is Hafiz Arofa. He was on pole position. Here he leads coming into corner number 12. Everybody just avoids the contact there. The Cardinal Racing line green wheels are prominent. And as we go through at the end of lap number 1, Hafiza from Ahmed Fazli Sham, from Wayu Aji, Afif Amran, April King Moscado, Murabil, Hafid, Nazrul Bahudin, Pirapong, and Tukaj Wapa in P10.
Yeah, the orders changed a little bit from when they crossed the finish line, but it was all 3 Team 1XOX TKKR riders.
Izzat Zaidi a long way down, a non-starter, Gupita Kreshna.
Yeah, we didn't catch that.
Gupita not getting off the line. He was in the warm-up lap, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in the warm-up lap.
So Gupita Kreshna, well, what a nightmare for him. Fastest in qualification, 14th in the Super Pole, doesn't get off the starting line in the race itself, race number 1. Those who did though, everybody else is away, all other 19. It was indeed Giancarlo Maurizio who went backwards. Bad news for Giancarlo Maurizio.
And I'll tell you what, Des, you were talking about wild cards. Look, there are 2 Cardinals machines there, and the replacement, we normally see number 55 on the front of Hyman Tyrodin's bike, but he's not here, and we have 555 on the front of Wapa, the wild cards bike, and he is right up there.
Yeah, Wapa's not a bad man to come in as a replacement, certainly on on your home circuit. Ahmed Afif Amran, bike number 50, is in the midst there as well. Wapper just behind him. Great number 555, great livery, the man in black. Looks like a ninja.
Yeah, easy to pick out. They put a good wildcard rider on a very good machine there.
Ahmed Fazli Sham is the man who leads the way, as we have seen so often this season. It's going to get a bit congested as they come into this right-hander. Everybody stands up, is gentle on the brakes. It's conservative this time. Love that shot. Oh, there is a casualty right at the very back there. Wayu Aji leads from Afif, from Najul Izzat Bahoudin. Izzat Zaidi's down in P16, not really in touch, but staying out of problems. And the man who's out is Duktan.
Yeah, another disappointing race for the Vietnamese. Yeah.
Ooh, they nearly took each other out.
Yeah, his teammate couldn't avoid him. What a disaster.
So 193, Nguyen Duktan is out. Antoine just avoids his teammate.
Oh, and there's an engine problem there. I think that's for Pirapong Nuipum. No.
It's one of the team, one for all.
Yeah, it is Pirapong.
Or was he just throwing up stones?
That looked like
like an engine, didn't it?
It looked like blue smoke, yeah.
410 is
and
the
he's
focus.
Looking down, maybe he can feel the loss of power.
We'll keep an eye on that as well. There's so many sub-narratives in this final weekend. The one I'm interested in, though, is Izzat Zaidi Salahen, P14 at the moment, bike number 98. Hasn't made any moves for the front so far. Has kept himself out of danger, but is close enough to be able to say, yeah, I'm not out of this equation.
Yeah, he is, and Nazarul making a good fist of this race too for Uma Racing. Together with Shafiq Rosli, good to see him at the front. Just trying to pick out which of the LFN machines that is behind him. I think it's Murabil.
The gold and black of the...
Oh, and there's a big puff of blue smoke. That's an engine gone. And I think Pirapong's missing.
In the meantime, Ahmed Fazli Sham is still leading the way, surrounded by the purple of Uma Racing. 87 is Izzat Bahoudin. And Izzat will be the man who leads. Ahmed Afif Amran goes through on the inside as well, as we get a worm's eye view. And over the start-finish line at the end of lap number 3 is Izzat Bahoudin, Shafiq Rosli, Afif Amran, Murabil. You were quite right, the first of the LFN. Ahead of Hafiza, April King Moscado is still in there as well.
Still trying to see which of those bikes. It's one of the one for all machines. I do think it's Pirapong. Puffing out smoke.
On board with bike number 98, though. This is Izzat Zaid. He's got Jordan and Dimas Julie behind him. You also saw there, I think, that another rider dropping down, Wayu Ijat Tralixana, dropped down to P15 at the end of that last lap. But it's so congested, don't read too much into that until 1.5 laps to go.
That's it. Just trying to pick him out in this group on that distinctive red helmet. His two teammates are certainly there. Ahmed Fazli Sham and Hafiza Rofa. Let's look for that red helmet. I think he's off the back of this group. So clearly a problem there.
He's right at the very end of that group, right on the left-hand side. The red helmet, as you say, so easy to pick out.
So a misstep must have put him back there.
Where is he compared to his championship rival, Izzat Zaidi? And the answer is he's just behind him.
Yeah.
So maybe he's tracking Izzat Zaidi.
Yeah.
As we approach the halfway mark. And there is indeed Izzat Zaidi. We've got that reverse camera from him. It's no good us having a reverse camera on you, mate, if you're at the back of the queue.
Yeah, I was thinking that when we had a look at that just a few moments ago. There was nothing there.
Up at the front, though, Ahmed Fazli Sham is, as always, challenging. It's amazing how often bike number 46 is in the mix up until around about the 2/3 stage. Consistently there or thereabouts. As Peter Krejner in the red helmet just hunkers down. He's got Hafiza Rofa for company. As we go over the line, Ahmed Fazli Sham from April King, from Izzat Bahoudin, Shafiq Rosli, John Emerson and Gito, who'll do his chance of a place in the top 3 in the overall season. No harm here. Wayu Aji 13, Izzat Zaidi P15.
Yeah, Afif Amran still in the mix there too. And so is his wildcard teammate, Buapa.
Are you picking up any patterns here, Barry? There's so much variety, there's so much change at the front. We saw Wayu Aji at the front, then him at the back. The only consistency throughout the whole season is Ahmed Fazli Sham leading the way. It's almost like he sets a pace. He's a pace setter in athletics, and then drops off for a couple of laps from the end, which doesn't do him any real justice. And then Wayu Aji is suddenly up at the front.
I was just going to say, seeing a pattern is difficult when Wayu Aji in half a lap goes from 15th to 1st. So yeah, pick a pattern in Underbones if you can.
Ahmed Afif Amran going along with him as well. Ahmad, bike number 50. Wayu Aji Trilaksana around the left-hander. It's a cracking little circuit. You got the 2 straights followed by 3 left-handers and 4 right-handers they come into. Then a little snake finish into the notorious corner 12 as 555. Buapa goes wide. Ahmed Afif Amran leads the way from Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Team One for All have got a competitor in there. Is that the wild card? Is that?
I think they're both wearing white helmets, so it's a little tricky. But if we can see the number,
I think it's
that is
Pascom. Yeah, Pascom 410.
Right.
So Wayu Aji, Ahmed Afif Amran inside of him. 43 April King Moscato outside of him. This is quietly effective from April King Moscato. He's been up in the leading group all the while.
Yeah, I was actually the one thing I was going to say about patterns is it was purple and green because
there's about 12 bikes there. But I understand exactly what you mean. Barry Russell with the colour coordination. Don't get him for decorating though. He likes purple and green together.
Oh yes. But there has been a pattern of the Uma bikes at the front. April King and Nazarul and Shafiq in particular.
Yeah, Shafiq Grosley again is one of those from the Capri circuit in Malaysia who's able to really take advantage. That better Izzat. Now we've got you in the middle of the pack, and it is Izzat Bahoudin, your Malaysian compatriot, just behind you. 555. Buapa is in there as well, and that shot shows you just how congested it can get. How there is not more contact amongst these underbones is phenomenal.
Yeah, it is just a wonderful racing series, and I think going back to Team One for All and the wild cards, I do think that it was Pirapong who was smoking earlier on,
and he's out.
Yeah, there's a question. Last time I looked, there was a question mark next to him on the timing screen, so he's out.
So 4 are out of the equation. Pirapong, Giancarlo Maurizio, Duktan, who we saw crash out, and Peter Kreshner, who we didn't see start. Izzat Bahoudin leads the way. April King Moscato, the 2 Uma racing teams, they're wearing the same liveries, but there's a real rivalry between the Philippines and Malaysia competitors. And April King Moscato, bike number 43, will be looking to really give himself a real boost in the battle for P3 in the overall championship standings.
And if we are trying to force a pattern onto this chaos, then I would say also that Murabel Vitoni has been consistently there or thereabouts. Nice shot there of Afif Amran.
So Afif Amran is in P9, which tells you Izzat Zaidi is in P8. We are 3/4 of the way through this race. Now is where you really begin to positioning yourself for a big final lap and a big final finish. Let's see what happens with the big 2. Wayu Aji Trilaksana, bike number 10, and Izzat Zaidi, bike number 98, in the middle of that pack.
In terms of causing an upset, it was Buapa who crossed the line first, and Buapa, I think, that was leading into, yeah, he did lead into and out of turn 3.
555 is the leader, and Murabil, you called him, and also there's another Team One for All. I've got a potential spoiler in there as well. A reminder, Wayu Aji 126 points, Izzat Zaidi 115, Ahmed Afif Amran 75, Izzat Bahoudin 73, April King 65, Hafiza Rofa 64, Jonathan Magito 63.
Yeah, just featuring then, John Emerson and Guito we're looking at now. Teammate to the man holding the camera is that Zaidi.
22, Jonathan Magito will be looking to build on a season in which he's had 2 third-place finishers and a P4 that did not finish in Sepang has really hurt him as one of the 1XOX racers drops off the side. It wasn't the red helmet, was it?
I think it was, yeah.
No, it was not Wayu Aji.
From the back, his helmet's not red, so I wasn't sure.
Right, now then, there is Wayu Aji right in the middle of your screen. Red helmet, absolutely shines up. Evasive action is required by Buapa as we come through onto the final lap. The lead is held by April King Moscato from Afif Ramran. Izzat Bahudin. Izzat Zaidi's got himself up into P4, bike number 98. This could be huge for his championship challenge. Izzat Zaidi, because where is Wayu Aji? Wayu Aji down in P12.
Yeah, he's back in the pack. That was a fantastic exit of turn 12 by April King Moscato. He's being swallowed up again now, as is almost always the case. But he's looking good as well.
Izzat Zaidi, bike number 98, is looking backwards there. But he's lost a few places, has Izzat Zaidi. We're focusing on him because he is second in the championship race with 2 races to go. He trails by 11 points. Leading the way is Izzat Bahudin. And then behind him, Mohammed Shafiq Rosli. Let's not forget Shafiq.
Yeah, he's been very close to the front. And Izzat looking back at Afif, now looking back at Nazrul Izzat.
I'm looking for the red helmet there.
Yeah.
Of Wayu Aji Trilaksana. As Nazrul goes just a little bit wide. We're on board with Shafiq Rosli. Shafiq is the new race leader, or he was for about 3 meters, and then he's overtaken by April King Moscato, building up beautifully for a corner 12 finale. Wayu Aji still in that little group.
He's got a lot of ground to make up, though, to make this a good point scoring finish.
Bike 98, where's Izzat Zaidi? He's right in the midst of that group. But it's Uma Racing leading the way with April King Moscato. They'll line up for this final corner. Who's brazy enough? Izzat Zaidi goes on the inside. Izzat breaks late. Can he keep it tight? We have got people down, including the championship leader. The race goes to April King Moscato. Izzat Zaidi second. Shafiq third. Afi fourth. Buapa fifth. Emerson Guito sixth. Pascon seventh. Hafiza Rofa, and the man who finished 13th, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Oh, wow.
Championship drama, last corner drama. Who could have anticipated that? Tears of happiness in the pits. But April King Moscato, built on a fine performance we saw in Sepang on the last lap, on the penultimate lap. He did get noticeably quickly out of turn 12 to hold a lead, so I think he'd been rehearsing.
Whoa, but that's the pit of 1XOX TKR Racing Team, because it's only a P13 for Wayu Aji Trilaksana. This is the final corner 12, and Wayu Aji, he's won.
Can't see who took down whom then, but that was Murabil going down. Oh, mayhem.
Shafiq Rosli a P3, Afif Amran a P4, which helps Afif. Oh, it's close. I tell you though, we've got a new championship leader. The race is under investigation, of course it is, but we've got a new championship leader, Barry Russell. Unofficially, Izzat Zaidi will be taking a 6-point lead into tomorrow.
Regardless, Izzat was not involved in that, so he's clear. And Wayu Aji Trilaksana did not cross the line, so he's not involved in that dispute either. So that's a DNF for Wayu. Oh, he finished.
No, he finished. He got himself. I think he avoided being taken off the track, but he was pushed very, very wide. Oh, this underbone class, Barry Russell. We need 55 cameras.
Yeah,
so
we
much
do.
going on.
And let's give a shout out to Thurikit Buapa for his fifth place finish on the number 555 machine. Impressive stuff from here. And the other Thai wildcard, Pascon Swan Loang, in 7th in this illustrious company. But Izzat Zaidi, after starting way back and expressing some frustration on the start line, came through to finish 2nd. And Des, I can see you looking at your spreadsheet there. I'm looking forward because I think I'm going to hear it from you before I see it on the screen.
But it's all unofficial at the moment because the race is under investigation. But the big story is that April King Moscardo has got himself up into P3 ahead of Afif Amram. But we do have a new championship leader unofficially, and it's Izzat Zaidi Salahan who got himself a P2 there. Okay,
Tears of relief and happiness. He's done it. It's come to the end of the season, but the highly rated racer, April King Moscardo, that you often talk about, Des from the Philippines, has done it. He's got a P2 in the bag.
And there's 98, Izzat Zaidi. Yes, mate, we do think you're leading.
The main thing that could change is if there are some penalties between number 2 and number 13, that could lift up Wayuaji's finishing position.
Oh, it's breathless stuff. It's great stuff. And Izzat, somehow you've got to keep calm amidst all that mayhem. And that camera that we had on the back of Izzat Zaidi's bike just shows you how congested it is in the underbones. I know the pace isn't as big as the 1000s and the danger isn't as big as the 1000s, but the congestion means contact is so likely, particularly on that notorious 12th corner.
Yeah, what another phenomenal race. We always end the underbone races shaking our heads and smiling at the same time, but here come the results.
Okay, April King Moscardo takes it 1/10 of a second faster than Izzat Zaidi. Shafiq Grosley, great result for the Malaysian in P3. I'm ahead of Ahmad Afif Amram, who drops down a place in the championship standings. Buapa for Cardinals Racing in P5, ahead of John Emerson and Gito. And Sanwang for Thailand in P7, ahead of Hafiz Arofa for one TKKR XOX. Ahmed Fazli Sham P9, Hafid in 10. Dimas Julie 11, Jordan Badaru in 12 for LFN. Wayuaji Trilaksana 3 points. It could be crucial. Head of Nazrul Izzat Bahodin, whose championship hopes have evaporated in the last couple of races. Murabil in P15. Antoine completes the race, but 17 seconds down. Pirapong did not finish. Giancarlo did not finish. Duktang crashed out. Gupita Krishna didn't even get started.
So we're down here at Park Ferme for the Underbone 150, race 1, in 3rd place, Muhammad Shafiq Rosli. So, Shafiq, what an intense battle that was. 15 riders. Can you tell us how it was out there?
Syukur Alhamdulillah, akhirnya saya dapat juga podium pada tahun ni. Sekian lama yang tunggu lama. Terima kasih pada tim buat motor dengan baik lah. Cari setting yang baik. Apa-apa pun tadi race memang mencabar dan fighting, dan mungkin hari ni lah rezeki saya dapat habiskan podium tempat ketiga, dan Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much, Shafiq. Congratulations again on a fantastic podium. Izzat Zaidi, you finished 2nd from 15th, and that drama at the last turn. Now you're leading in the championship, if I'm not mistaken. So how do you feel going into race 2?
Firstly, I want to say to my team, GRT Peace Bike One Way Racing team, and thanks to my family, my wife, my son, and my all supporter to my team, and thank you semua yang mendoakan kejayaan saya pada hari ini. Di race sangat-sangat tough, di mana saya pun sangat struggle, di mana practice 1, practice 2 ada medical problem, dan Alhamdulillah tim menyelesaikan masalah dengan amat terbaik, dan Alhamdulillah I P2.
Thank you so much, Izzat. Congrats and good luck for race 2. And now we have April King. So April, what a fantastic last lap that was. We were watching it, we saw you really pushing it on, and it's been a good performance. How was that for you?
For me, it's for me myself is in the grid super nervous, but I'm still focusing the race and thank you for the all support all Filipino out there and also Yamaha Philippines. And can I speak Tagalog? Yeah, sure. Salamat po sa lahat ng sumuporta sa amin and nakakuha po tayo ng napatugtog din natin yung bandera ng Pilipinas. Maraming salamat sa inyo, lalo na ang Yamaha Philippines. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, April, and congrats once again.
A thrilling underbone 150cc race number 1 at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram. Really was impossible right from start to finish to tell what might happen, but our focus was very much on the battle between bike number 60, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, the man in all green and the red helmet, and Izzat Zaidi Salahan, the bike number 98. And Izzat Zaidi in the early stages by Russell just kept himself right at the very back, out of any kind of trouble, making sure he couldn't get caught up in any traffic.
Yeah, we thought he was just maybe a little off the pace, but he wasn't. He's a lot smarter than that. In these early stages of the race, we did see, and there's some smoke that's coming from Pirapong Lui Bumpeng's Team 1 for All machine. He was to pull over eventually, and fortunately nothing was spilled on the track. There's Izzat on the back of that group at this point.
And we're approaching halfway here, and he's not really being interested in what's going on, whereas Wayu Aji Trilaksana, on the other hand, in the red helmet, as we come to the halfway stage, he's the man leading the race.
Yeah, he is, and all three of those bikes up to about the halfway stage were very close to the front, and then they just seemed to go backwards a little bit in the pack. We saw good performances there from the wildcard Turaki Buapa making his presence felt.
The great fun of Underbone, though, is that there's so much congestion. There's so many races within races, and they're just jockeying for position until you hit the final lap. And then you've really got to be in the right place at the right time. And that's when the work of the previous 7 laps really comes to fruition.
Yeah, it is. And here, looking at a FIM Ran there, who was to eventually... Oh,
it was Wayu Aji who started that incident at the back. So Wayu Aji did go down. He got himself up very quickly. Can just see he catches the front and he's up very, very quickly. Does well to come and finish in P13. But your winner, first ever victory for Philippines, April King Moscato. And look what it means.
It means a lot.
April King Moscato. Let's that could taste like champagne, that water. Good athlete that he is, though. The champagne would not touch the lips. April King Moscato just waits for his call. Shafiq Rosley, good performance from Shafiq. Yep. First podium of the season for Shafiq. He's had a couple of 5th places. 2nd place is at. How important might that be?
Yeah, Shafiq was looking for a good result this weekend when we spoke to him.
And your race winner, and the first time that we will hear it for April King Moscato, is the Philippines national anthem.
Now we would like to song from Chang, the director of the Sports Authority of Thailand.
Nice reaction to the national anthem for the Philippines. Prizes today being handed out by Sompong Chantry, the director of the Sports Authority of Thailand, the Buriram province. Buriram Sports City, and what a complex that we do have here. You've got a drag racing circuit, the karting circuit, the football stadium just around the corner, and of course this international Chang International Circuit. Second place to Izzat Zaidi, the new championship leader. And the first win of this season, first win in Underbone for April King Moscato. He's had a P5, he's had a P2, he's had a P6, and now he's got a P1 and a genuine chance of competing at the top end of the overall championship standings.
Congratulations.
Thongchai Wongsawan, FIM Asia, is there for the team award, which goes to Uma Racing Philippines.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Sompong Chantry and Mr. Thongchai Wongsawan to take a photo with our race winners.
Thank you, Mr. Thongchai. And then we will have the obligatory group photos. Fabulous, the Sports Authority of Thailand are supporting FIM in the Asia Road Racing Championship. April King Moscato with the victory ahead of Izzat Zaidi Salen, the new championship leader, as we'll show you in just a moment. And Shafiq Grosley, first podium of the season for Shafiq after a difficult season. So look at that, 6 points plus. Izzat Zaidi's got 3 victories to just 1 for Wayu Aji Trilaksana. So Wayu Aji's got it all to do tomorrow. April King of Moscato, 90 points, just 1 ahead of Ahmed Afif Amran, who's on 89. 75 for Najwal Izzat Bahudin, who had a difficult time today. His last 2 races have really cost him. Hafiza Rofa in the 70s, as is John Emerson and Gito. There are genuine opportunities for high placings for all of those. Shafiq Grosley moves up into 8th place for Uma Racing, Yamaha Maju Motor Racing Team Asia. So much to race for tomorrow. Do join us for that. But we've got 3 big races coming up for you still ahead. Coming up after the break, the Asia Production 250cc. That's coming to you from the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. we're delighted to have your company wherever you are around the world or in Asia at the Chang International Circuit. We are in the east of Thailand in a lovely little city called Buriram. It has become a major sporting venue, this Chang International Circuit. Barry Russell, alongside myself, Des Corkill, describing some fabulous action in the two races so far to date. This Asia Production 250cc race coming up next threatens to be a very much an all-Indonesian affair, although there has been a little bit of Thai interest in the performance of Piawat Patomyas in qualification that took place yesterday and today. Here is the best of the qualification, and the Indonesian, let's start with Ray Ratukore. He's not in the championship standings, but we know he's very, very quick, Ratukore. Hasn't had a podium, but what's he got? He's set a decent early time, Ratukore. I'm just trying to see where he finished in the overall standings. P5th in the overall qualification, so he'll be on the second row of the grid. Yeah, he did come through. He looked mean and lean in the qualifying session, and he did end up 5th, which is a good result. Reza Danica, his season has fallen off a cliff. He had 4 podiums in the first 4 races, and since Sugo has secured just 15 points in total. He needs a big weekend here. Yeah, he's got an equalisation rev cut of 500 revs. I'm not sure that would totally make that difference, but it has allowed Adananta and Herjun, who have really grown as riders this season. Yeah, Herjun, bike number 46, was a winner last time out in Sepang after 2 back-to-back podiums in Sugo and Sepang before that. Adananta Putra is the man in second place, and arguably the man for Astra Honda Racing, who's got the best chance of perhaps challenging for the title if Andy Mohamed Fadli has a dreadful time. But Andy Mohamed Fadli has a 25-point lead in the overall championship standings, 27 points clear of Adananta. Yeah, Adananta, last 3 results, win, second. So very much man on form. And talking about men on form, Piawat Patomyas led all 3 practice sessions yesterday and qualifying to take pole position this morning. He's had a P2 in race number 1 in Buriram at the very start of the season. Yeah, in fact he crossed the line first and then got penalised for running wide. So he knows his way around here. He's got to start as favourite, and he needs some good results because the rest of his season hasn't been that special. Yeah, well, it's very much an Indonesian procession in terms of the standings. Andy Mohamed Fadli from the Kawasaki, 121 points, is leading the way. Aldi Satya in P2. As we look at the Honda team, Honda are having a wild old time. Adananta Putra, Reza Danica and Herjun Atna, 3, 4 and 5 in the overall championship standings. Honda Racing Thailand from Piawat, he's there as well. How will Honda look around this beautiful course? Well, they seem to know this circuit like the back of their hand. They really do, and that Honda CBR has probably got the edge on the Yamaha. The Yamaha riders will all tell you that. But on the second section, the technical part, the Yamaha goes okay. Let's have a look at the overall current standings. We haven't mentioned Andy Mohamed Fadli yet. We ought to, because the Kawasaki racer is top of the standings. As you can see, 25 points clear of Aldi Satya Mahendra, who's qualified on the second row of the grid in P6. But Fadli is he's being penalised for being successful in the early stage of the season. He had a 3 wins since Sugo. He's had a P11, a P9, a P6 and a P6. What's the difference? Yeah, he had a horrible outing in Sugo, didn't he, with the rain and then a crash at the final chicane. And he's putting it down pretty much entirely to the 1000 RPM rev cut. What that means is he was able to qualify on the second row. I think that was a decent effort by him this morning. If he can get away, stay with the front group, he will use his racecraft. Okay, let's go down onto the grid where I believe Daniel Bogas is looking to give us some real insights into what's going on.
We're down here on the grid for the AP250 race 1 at the Chang International Circuit, the final race, the penultimate race of the 2022 season. So we're going to go walk around the grid and we're going to have a chat with some of the outstanding performers and as well as championship contenders. So we're going to try and get a quick word with Piawat Patomyas. So Piawat, good season, good weekend so far, and still a chance in the championship. What's your plan going in?
วันนี้คุณเร็วมากวันนี้คุณขี่เร็วมากคุณมีแผนไงกับการขี่
สำหรับวันนี้ผมก็ตั้งใจจะออกไปเป็นผู้นำแล้วก็จะรีบ
หนีเพื่อที่จะได้ไม่ต้องไฟติ้งเป็นกลุ่มใหญ่ครับต้องการที่จะชนะเลิศครับ
Thank you so much, Pierre. Good luck for the race. Sorry?
Him to talk with the he want to the winner for the home race. Yeah, I hope to for the winner.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to go next door to none other than a familiar name in this category, Adinanta Putra. So Adinanta, starting from a good position, but your teammates are fighting for the championship as well as you. What's the plan?
Yeah, for me, I will try to do the best. But safety for the other riders from in my team, my teammate. But I want to be the best. I will try. Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much and good luck for the race. So we're going to head to the next. We have a very young rider, 16-year-old rider hailing from Indonesia on the Yamaha, and he has been quite the spectacular performer. It's Aldi Satya. So Aldi, you looked brilliant all throughout the weekend and you looked ever so aggressive. What are your hopes for this race and the next one? And what's your plan against the power of the Hondas?
Yeah, for this race I will try my best and I hope I can get the podium in this race.
So do you think it's going to be difficult trying to best 3 Hondas up there?
It's very, very difficult.
Well, nevertheless, good luck for this race and we'll see you out there. Back to you, Desmond.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Good work once again. They talked to you this time, I'm glad to say. But that's a great story, Aldi Satya. We've been following him. I remember him winning in the on the underbones, I think it was, at Suzuka in the wet, a brilliant maneuver, and we've been following him right the way through. He's the outsider of the Indonesians because it's the Astra Honda racing team who seem to have all the aces coming into this final weekend.
It does, doesn't it? But he's the Yamaha that's upsetting the Honda party. He's so aggressive, so confident. There is Reza Danica, the 2018 champion.
That's naughty, Reza.
Admiring his boss's physique. Maybe when you give up racing, you can have one of those, Reza.
So Reza, though, he has got some work to do because, as I said, he had 4 podiums in the first 4 races of the season, none since then. Now then, Ray Ratakore, we saw, I always expect Ray to perform, to get more points on the board than he actually does, but a best position, a P4 in Sugo. He's had a couple of P5s as well. Frustratingly inconsistent Ray Ratakore. Then alongside Aldi Satya, Muzakir Mohammed, Malaysian veteran, always competitive, and stepping up into the 250s today.
Yeah, he's doing a decent job too, Muzakir. You look at some of the Alpine Stars representatives from Europe.
They'll be enjoying the Chang International Circuit. It's beautiful conditions today. As I flew in a couple of days ago into Buriram, there were rain and it looked very wet, the venue, but nothing today. But there is an indication we might get rain tomorrow.
Yeah, as they say, 50% likelihood. There's another quick Yamaha. Let's give some credit for Anggi Setiawan, who's often there or thereabouts. And back here to Andy Mohammed Fadli, qualified on the second row, on the outside of the second row. That should be good enough to let him get away. Third row?
Third row.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Not very good at sums.
But he's got a 25-point lead in the championship standings. Just a couple of solid mid-table finishes, and that should be enough, unless Aldi or Adinanta are able to go and get back-to-back wins, and then it becomes a bit more problematic.
Yeah. So we just had a quick look there at Kid Aziz, and here is Rafid Topan, who scored a 4th and a 2nd back in March when they were here.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Best results of the season by quite a long way.
Saying a prayer for another one. Let's hope he gets it. And here's an impressive wild card. This is Jakrapat, who's in for the official Honda Racing Thailand team, and shown very well so far in free practice and qualifying. So good choice of wildcard by Honda Racing Thailand. Another one of the youngsters on their talent production conveyor belt.
This is the Honda team management, who really have put together a solid team here. The Astra Honda Racing, 3, 4 and 5, Adananta, Reza Danica, Herjan Adna. It did look like it'd be a runaway for Reza Danica, or well, it didn't. It looked like it'd be a runaway for Andy Mohamed Fadli, but both those have fallen away since the rev limitation kicked into their campaigns. 10 laps of the race in the AP 250s. Pierre Watt could well be somebody who causes a problem or two here.
Yeah, in terms of he's not a championship contender, but he could have an effect on the championship, given his dominance so far in free practice and qualifying.
We need to mention Indian racers Sendil Chandrasekaran and Setu Rajiv, and Leong Nangtse from Hong Kong and Vietnam, Cal Vietnam, 17, 18, 19 and 20, as we'll show in the grid which is about to come up, which is dominated by Piawat Patumyas, Honda Racing Thailand on pole position, ahead of Astra Honda Racing duo Mohamed Adananta Putra, third in the championship, and Herjan Adna Firdaus, winner last time out in Sepang.
And a distinguished second row headed by Reza Danica, RNs for Astra Honda. Next to him, Ray Ratakure for 1XOX TKKR. And alongside him, the fast Yamaha Racing Indonesian rider and championship contender, Aldi Sacha.
Andy Setiawan is alongside Muzakir Muhammad, the veteran from Malaysia, 1XOX TKR Racing Team. Andy Setiawan and Andy Mohamed Fadli, the championship leader. 3 wins in a succession, could well be enough to take in the title. He just needs to finish high enough up the table on both races this weekend.
And row 4 led by former Underbone champion Akid Aziz. Next to him, Rafid Topan Suchipto, who showed so well last time out. 12th, the wildcard Jack Rapat.
Aike Ayoshi in P13 ahead of Idlan Hakimi and Irfan Heikel. That is 13, 14 and 15.
And on row 6, Fitrian Zakete. Next to him, Senthil Chandrasekaran, and next to him, his Indian teammate, Setu Rajiv.
And on the final row of the grid, you've got Nang Se from Hong Kong for Victor Racing Team, and Cal Vietnam, who is always looking to pick up points. Cal Vietnam, he's got 34 accumulated so far, although I don't think he didn't turn up in Sepang, so it's good to see him back with the circuit. So there you are, 20 starters, Asia Production 250cc race number 1.
And that was the translator for Piawat on the grid, none other than former Asia Dream Cup champion Muqtada Sarapurch. I saw her with Nakarin, who we'll be seeing in the next race. But I did see that Muqtada was on her way up to Buriram on Wednesday, and so I immediately put 2 and 2 together and made 5 that she would be a wildcard in Supersport 600, but she's here to support, as she almost always is.
We've missed her racing craft, we've missed her exciting, thrilling charges towards the front as the Honda Racing Team management look on. They hate being in the spotlight, don't they?
Oh, don't they, yeah.
However, their team love being in the spotlight, but they've got some real work to do. The Kawasaki Ninja of Andy Mohamed Fadli, back on the 3rd row of the grid, who's the man who has the championship lead, as Rafi Topan is late to get onto the line.
The lights are out and we're away for the start of the AP 250 race. Piawat Patumyos gets away well alongside him. Adananta.
Adananta it is who leads into the first corner. There is Adananta. And I'm just looking at Andy Mohamed Fadli just to see what the lime green racing suit is doing, and he's back in the pack, 10 or 11. That's a little bit worrying for Andy Mohamed Fadli.
Andy Fadli needs a toe in the slipstream. That's what he'll be looking for throughout this race. And then he'll try and convert that into a good finishing position.
10 laps of the race to go. An awful lot can happen in that time. Aldi Satya Mahendra, bike 57, the Yamaha racer. He'll be looking to make a move. There he is in P2 just at the moment, but the man leading the way is Herjan Adna Firdaus.
Yeah, Aldi Satya had a relatively, by his standards, quiet free practice and qualifying, but this is race day, and he's one of those riders that does come through.
Going very, very wide. Was one of those Ayoshi? Don't think it was Andy Mohamed Fadli.
No, I think that was Piawat who went wide. Yeah, he has. He's dropped back to P4, I think, P4 or P5. Aldi Satcher's in front of him.
Well, somebody has dropped right the way down. Irfan Haikal has dropped down. Andy Mohamed Fadli, it was pushed out really wide. Fadli is down in P15. Now then, this really opens things up. If Andy Mohamed Fadli only picks up a low number of points, a 3 or 4 or a 5, it really reopens this championship.
Yeah, Aldi Satcher pushing really hard, having a bit of contact with another rider just a few moments ago. They're coming up to complete lap 1. And if only he knew it, Aldi can just be a little bit more patient than we saw just now. But Andy Fadli's fighting his way back.
Yeah, there we saw Fadli just comes on the inside, but he is a long way back. Reza Danica it is who leads from Herjan Atner, and Piawat's in P3, Adananta 4, Satya in 5. Where is Fadli? P13 at the moment, ahead of Aoki Ayoshi and Irfan Haikal.
And Reza Danica is now at the front.
Yes, that's a story. This, don't count him out too much. He's on 92 points. So he's 29 points adrift of the championship winner, 25 points available here. So say he picked up 25 and Andy Mohamed Fadli was 9th or 10th, that is a 14-point differential. Do the same again tomorrow and it's a real toss-up.
Yeah, you see a little bit of the effect of the rev cut there as they came up to the end of that straight. He was gobbled up by the rest of the pack, but that's Piawat got himself back to the front after that earlier mistake. He's been chased by Adananta, very much a form rider in this series.
Piawat looks very comfortable here, doesn't he?
And Ray Ratakuri, we talk about him a lot, but he's threatening as well on that distinctive green 1XOX Yamaha.
Taking the inside there of Aldi Satya. Everyone just jockeying for positions here, high speed jockeying it must be said. Through sector 2, Piawat at a quick sector 2. 400ths quicker than Adananta. That explains how he got past him. Aldi Satya Mahendra is P2 in the overall championship standings. That's why we're focusing on the Yamaha. And as he was saying in the pre-race interview with Daniel Bogus, it's going to be really tough to get behind, to get by all those Hondas in front of him, but he'll give it a go.
Yeah, he might have a bit of cavalry behind him in the shape of Angie Setiawan, who's on the Yamaha with a pink helmet just behind him. But I'm not sure if Angie's going to have the pace to really get amongst those Hondas.
Adananta from Piawat, from Reza Danica, from Herjan, from Aldi Satya. Where is Fadli? P10. P10, and he's losing ground with that leading group. So there's a group of, 9 have got away, and Andy Mohamed Fadli is in the next little group. He's, you can see the lime green of him and Ayoshi, and they are a long way off the pace, Barry Russell.
Yeah, the plan is not working. He needed to stay with this front group, and he's lost touch with it. And with that rev deficit, I don't know how he can make up the difference.
Well, he will be scrambling for as many points as he possibly can, and he'll be hoping that neither Aldi Satya, Adananta or Reza Danica pick up maximum points. He can afford Herjan or Rafid Topan to win. He can't afford Aldi or Adananta or Reza Danica to win. At the moment, though, it is Bike 46 Herjan who is leading the way, no doubt with the support of Andy Mohamed Fadli.
And good work by Angie Setiawan as well as Aldi Satcher. They're in about P4 or P5. Although by the time I finish my sentence, that will change slightly. But both those riders are doing well for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and they might be just a little bit quicker through this technical part of the circuit.
Adananta Putra's last lap of 153.8, the fastest lap of the race so far. Adananta Putra is bike 21, Herjan Atner is 46, Reza Danica 1, 2, 3. They are the Astra Honda 1, 2, 3. Well, not the moment because Petunias is in the middle of that. Sorry, Piawat is in P3, and Aldi Satya has gone with him.
Yeah, Piawat not having it all his own way so far, although we have a good distance to go. But he's currently sitting in P3. Aldi Satcher's doing well to hang on to the back of him.
Adananta from Herjan. Aldi Satya, as you say, is hanging in there. Ray Ratakore is in the mix as well. Reza Danica has dropped off the pace. He's in P5, just ahead of Ray Ratakore. I'll always keep an eye on Andy Mohamed Fadli. 14th, Andy Mohamed Fadli. This is crisis time for the former champion,
and
defending champion.
And yeah, defending champion and championship leader, absolutely. Aldi looking good. He's such a racer, isn't he? And Piawat pushed back into P4. So race day, P5 indeed.
Reza Danica has now gone himself up from P6 up to P1, so you can make a difference. For Andy Mohamed Fadli's sake, I'm hoping that he has left something in the tank, but if you're that far behind, that's Ayoshi who's come through. Fadli is at the back of that group, so he's on the tail end there of bike 19, Hidlan Hakimi Radwan, the young Malaysian. He's got Kal Vietnam and Akid Aziz ahead of him. He'll be very hopeful that he can at least get up into the top 10 at the very, very least.
Yeah, Fadli really needs to find a way to raise his game. We know he's capable of it. And the team have been working hard to make up the difference with the electronics, change the mapping a little bit to get as much speed as possible.
Well, he started the season here in Buriram so well, a P3 and a P1. Early championship leader along with Reza Danica. But here it's all very different because Reza Danica is in that leading group as they come at the end of lap number 4. That's Ayoshi coming through. But Andy Mohamed Fadli a long way back down, although he's made up 2 places there. Fadli has got himself up into P14. Ooh, this is looking tough.
That is hard, and that's Rafid Topan there, running with Aiki Iyoshi just ahead. But a lot of this is about looking for patterns, Des. We got Astra Honda at the front. We've got another red Honda in the shape of Piawat. And I do believe that Jakrapat Putisan is the wild card for Honda Racing Thailand, is in that group too. And we've got 1, 2, 3 Yamahas in that group.
Andy Fadli needs help from some of these wild cards, needs help from some of those guys who are lower down the championship, needs help from Piawat. He's got to look after himself, Andy Mohamed Fadli, but clearly things aren't going well on the Kawasaki, and he really needs some assistance. On board with Adananto Putra, 3rd in the championship standings, back-to-back wins in Sugo and Sepang before a P2. He's the man in form, is bike number 21.
Yeah, that's the problem for Andy Fadli, is that the championship contenders, the other championship contenders, are at the front, and it's only really out of that lot Piawat that can do much to spoil it.
Fadli has got past Idlan Hakimi. As we look ahead, Aldi Satya trying to go the long way round that right-hander, which puts him in good position to just ease inside Ray Ratakore in P5 as 149 leads the way. That's the wild card. Jakapat and Reza Danica is the man who's in P2. 4 laps completed. We are now at the halfway point. 5 laps. Jakapan from Reza, from Adananta, from Herjan, from Aldi.
Yeah, I just did a double take because I was assuming for a moment that that would be Piawat at the front, but it's not. It's the wild card, Jakrapat. What a good choice of rider he was.
I need to tell you, Andy Mohamed Fadli is having a battle with Idlan Hakimi, and he's losing it. Idlan has retaken Andy Mohamed Fadli. Fadli could pick up just 1 point here, and his 25-point lead in the championship could evaporate with 1 race to go.
Fascinating stuff.
Devastating stuff for Fadli.
For Fadli, yeah. And Herjan, who's just a little off the championship battle, also consistent at the front there on the number 46, Astra Honda.
As Piawat eases himself up into P4. The Astra Honda team looking on. Resplendent in team colours almost, the red and the white.
Yeah, in fact that was the pink of the Thai Honda team. They do look very similar, and they operate in very similar ways too.
So Thai Honda leading the way. Piawat Well, he was leading the way. He's suddenly been overtaken by 2 Astra Hondas and 149. I've got to do the same double take as you. Jack Ripat has got himself a couple of times in that leading group. He could well be a real problem for Astra Honda if he carries on in this kind of form. Yeah, living up to the wild card billing that he's got for this final round of ARRC. 46, Herjan Atna. Just lets 21 Adananta Putra go through. Reza Danica also in that little group. The 2 Yamahas are there as well, as are the Thai Honda competitors. Yeah, Piawat slipped himself through, nice line through the final turn, made up several places. You've still got 4 laps to go, but that was a really nice indication of what Piawat could do. But he needs to stop these Astra Hondas escaping just in front. A good lap for Andy Mohamed Fadli. He's taken 2 places off Idlan Hakimi and Cao Vietnam. 13th at the moment. It's still only worth 3 points though. He needs help, Fadli. He needs help. Yeah. Because he's not going to make up many more places as we follow him through. There is Andy Mohamed Fadli coming around the outside. He'll be giving it everything he's got. Idlan Hakimi's got ahead of him once again. No, he's got ahead of Idlan Hakimi. He's behind Cao Vietnam. Okay, problem. Yeah, Cao Vietnam has himself a new Honda for this round, and he has been going pretty well on it. He had a problem in qualifying, but he was good in free practice. And now he's dicing with the championship leader. Difficult for our race director to really know where to focus on this race. Obviously, you focus on the race itself, but the Fadli story is so fascinating. And let's just wait to see how far behind he is. Andy Fadli is indeed still chasing Cao Vietnam. This is for P13. It's a difference between 3 points and 2 points for the day. That could be crucial. Could be. Or it might not be enough for Andy Mohamed Fadli. Yeah, as a racer, he'll probably win this battle, but it's not for very many points. But Aldi Sacher's not having it his own way by any means in that front group, battling with 5 basically factory supported Hondas. Yes, that's why he laughed when they asked by the question, is it going to be tough? Yes, of course, it's going to be tough. Daniel, what do you think? Herjan Atna, Adananta Putra, Reza Danica and Astra Honda 1, 2, 3. The Honda Thailand, but Piawat, as Aldi Sacher is trying to be the Yamaha who breaks up that Honda challenge. Ray Ratakore also in there. Piawat edging through there at the front of that group. Yep. Aldi Sacher just leaning on the rider next to him to get himself off that curb. So Piawat has the lead. Seems to be the straight line speed belongs to Honda Thailand. Those 2 straights, they seem to always get there, but once we get to the technical areas of the left-handers and the right-handers, Astra Honda come back into the reckoning. Yeah, let's see how that unwinds now as they get into the technical part of the track. It's going well for Aldi Sacher. It's looking very, very nice up at the front there for Piawat, bike 188, fastest in qualification, and he's dragging his Honda Thailand teammate with him as well, Jack Rapat, though Jack Rapat's under pressure. So, yeah, Jack Rapat could delay the chasing pack as well if he gets into a fight with them, but I think that's Herjan trying to get away from them. Adananta's got through. So then, 2 laps to go after they cross the start-finish line. This is the story that's building. This could be the assistance Andy Mohamed Fadli needs. Piawat has a lead. What is that lead? It's not much, is it? It's less than a second for Piawat. That's easily catchable over a couple of laps. Andy Mohamed Fadli is still in that battle. Idlan Hakimi's got straight line speed, and for Fadli, he's not getting better. He's going backwards. P15. Yeah, Idlan Hakimi, of course, is on a fast Honda CBR 250, and Andy Fadli is on kind of technically hobbled
Kawasaki.
Yeah, that's it doesn't pay to be too successful early in a season, does it?
Oh, how do you manage that? That's so tricky. But that is Piawat. He is being sucked in by the peloton behind him.
Chakrapath moves out though to try to help his teammate. Adalanta-Putra, bike 21, Astra Honda. They've closed that gap. It was 7/10 of a second. It's much closer now. You can see it visually. It's 0.2, 0.3 of a second between P1 Piawat and P2 Adalanta-Putra.
Yep, nothing now. If they're preparing a pit board, then it should probably say +0 to make sure he keeps it pinned.
Now then, Anggi Setiawan's made a nice little move. We've not spoken about the second of the Yamaha races, Yamaha Indonesia. He's had a couple of P5s and a P6, Anggi Setiawan, but hasn't really been able to compete at the top level.
No, this has been a good race for him. He's stayed with this group and has featured well within it. I think he's ahead, yeah, he's ahead of Aldi Satcher at the moment. Shout out to those guys for wearing easy to spot helmets.
So, coming into the final lap, it will be Piawat. He's been leading at this stage on each of the last 3 laps. However, he was a lot further away last time, and he's going to be gobbled up, I suspect, by Adalanta-Putra and Herjan. No, he holds on. Just holds on.
Yeah, Adalanta and Herjan behind him. 2 very good on-form riders for Astra Honda. Anything can happen in this front group. This is fascinating. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think, how many bikes in that? 10 bikes? 9 bikes.
Just the 9. Perm ME3 from 9. Piawat loses the lead to Herjan Atner. Now, if it finishes like that, this helps Andy Mohamed Fadli bizarrely. He can afford Herjan to win. He can afford a P2 for the Honda Thailand Racing. He just needs the Astra Hondas of Reza Danica and Adalanta and Aldi Satcher, the Yamaha, just to be kept off the podium, if at all possible.
Yeah, Aldi Satcher needs to make up as they approach the technical part of the track, because he's back in about 7th or 8th position currently.
Herjan Atner it is who leads the way from Piawat. Behind him, Adalanta-Putra. I think Adalanta will be doing the maths a little bit in his mind as well and say, a P2 would really help me, as Piawat goes into P1 ahead of Herjan Atner. Herjan on looking for back-to-back wins, battles back, takes the inside line. Adalanta, as you can see, in P3, looking for a podium.
And this is where it's all going to shake down, Des.
Right then, 46, Herjan Atner leads the way into the final corner of the race. And look at this, Piawat is there, Reza Danica has made a move. Piawat has been squeezed out. Astra Honda, 1, 2, 3. It is perfect for them. Perfect for Astra Honda. Herjan from Adalanta from Reza Danica. That could not have been scripted better. Piawat and Aldi Setja. And I need to talk on because Andy Mohamed Fadli picks up 4 points for P12, but singing and dancing for Astra Honda, Barry Russell, that is perfection for them.
Look out, beautiful racing by those guys. Aldi Satcher, the championship contender, finishes in P5. The man he's chasing, Andy Fadli, finishes in P12.
It's close, you know. I'm doing the maths in my mind. And I tell you what, it's still an 11-point lead from Andy Mohamed Fadli ahead of Adalanta. That's going to be tight tomorrow.
And that's 2 wins on the bounce for Herjan Atner Firdaus.
Wow.
What an embarrassment of riches this team have. Very much it was Reza Danica's show at the beginning of the season. Now the form of Adalanta and Herjan has just been phenomenal as we've got to the last couple of rounds.
This is going to be the most sensational end to a season you can possibly hope. We have got, just in my maths, it's an 11-point differential between Andy Mohamed Fadli, who's clinging on to the championship lead, ahead of Adalanta-Putra, and just 6 points adrift to them are Reza Danica and Herjan Atner. So Astra Honda, their 1, 2, 3 means that they are still chasing the Kawasaki Ninja Motel Sniper Manuel Tech Racing lead of Andy Mohammed Fadli. How about Pirwap? That's so frustrating for Pirwap. P4 having been in the lead for so long for bike 188.
Yeah, absolutely dominating this round, up and right up until the race. He's going to be disappointed with that. Good outing for his wildcard teammate Jack Ripat. He did finish down in 9th, but the gap was just 1.5 seconds off the leader, the winner. And to ride the whole race in that leading group was good. Good performance from Muzakir Mohammed too. Results.
Astra Honda Racing 1, 2 and 3. Nothing between Herjan Atner, Mohammed Adanantoputra and Reza Danica Arans. But did they get their calculus slightly wrong? Pirwat in P4 ahead of Aldi Satya Mahendra. He's still clinging on to some hopes. He's on 107 points. He's not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Angi Setiawan in 6th. Ray Ratakore in 7th. Muzakir Mohammed once again. Muzakir competitive with a P8. Jack Ripat, the wild card in P9, will pick up 7 points. Ayoshi, the best of the Kawasaki's, in 10th, head of Rafi Top. And Fadli, he got past Cal Vietnam and Idlam Hakimi. How important those 4 points might be. Akidas is in 15th. He picks up the single point. Fitriansa down in 16th. Setu Rajiv and Irfan Haikal and Senthil, we hardly mentioned because they weren't really involved in the Victor Racing of Nangtse. Not involved either, but oh, this is beautifully queued up for tomorrow, Barry Russell.
Yeah, Herjan was out of the 3 Astra Honda riders the one that was furthest back in the championship, and he was the one that took the most points. So I guess those have closed up without doing blowing my mind by trying to do the mental arithmetic.
It's quite simple. And Adanantra 114, Herjan 108, Reza 108, Aldi 107.
Right, so Aldi slips out of his first challenger's position.
God,
what a race. Again.
I'm glad I got my O-level maths. It's going to come in value tomorrow.
It certainly is.
Ray Ratakore once again competitive for a P7, 9 points for him. Again, middle of the pack though. As for the Kawasaki's Ayoshi, a P10 for him. So he's up into the 60s. Aki Aziz has had a difficult season so far this year.
And shout for Angi Setiawan. It might not be quite his best result of the season, but I think it's probably his best race.
I think you're dead right. That's a P10 for him in a very competitive race. Well, the crowd's enjoying it. I wonder if they're doing the mental arithmetic as well.
They're waiting for you, Des.
He's waited a long time. Cal Vietnam once again in the points. He's consistently competing, consistently improving in the Honda CBR. A lot of Buriram shirts there.
Yeah, they got official merchandise stores everywhere.
Well, you want close finishes to a season. Astra Honda will be thrilled to bits with the performance that they showed here. The Indonesian leg, the Thai Honda team won't be so thrilled, you suspect?
No, they won't.
Okay, race recap. Asia Production 250cc, 10-lap race. We were all looking for bike 108. Andy Mohammed Fadli started in P9. As you can see, though, going backwards from the very, very first corner. The championship leader under immense pressure, Barry Russell.
Yeah, his mission was to get in touch with this leading group, and he was not able to do that. So really, his fate was sealed in terms of holding on to a big championship lead right off the start line.
He was hoping that Aldi Setju would be pushed back into the also-rans as well, that maybe Reza Dana could be pushed back into the also-rans. He was hoping that Pirwap Patumyas would be able to come through for a victory. And for a long time, Pirwap Bike 188 and the wildcard Jack Ripat looked like they might be able to produce the result that Andy Mohammed Fadli needed.
Yep, and here we see Aldi Satcher fighting hard all the way through. He's such a racer, but at a slight disadvantage. You saw him elbows there with, I think that was Muzakir. but they're just trying to make a break late in the race. I'd forgotten about that, but Piawat did try to make a break. He crossed the line 0.8 of a second ahead of everybody else.
And then we focused on Fadli, and you can see there's the problem. He's going behind there. Idlan Hakimia, the young Malaysian racer. He would recover. At that stage, he was in P15. He would recover to P12, and that might just be enough if he ekes out another 4 points tomorrow. It might be enough, but it's a big might.
And this last lap was just phenomenal. Piawat just at the front here as they go through this technical section, and then Adananta.
And then by the time they came to the final corner, look at that from Reza Danica. He just cuts off Patumyas and is able to make it an Astra Honda 1, 2, 3. They couldn't have scripted that better, or maybe they could. Maybe they got their positioning wrong if there is to be an Astra Honda champion tomorrow, but the celebrations nonetheless.
Yeah, it could well be, but that was a nice victory. Second on the bounce, as we said, for Herjanatna Firdaus.
And a fourth podium in succession. Reza Danica Arons back on the podium for the first time since Sepang in May. Second place for Adananta Putra, a fourth successive podium. He started with 2 did not finishers in Buriram, and a race victory back-to-back and 4 podiums in a row for Herjanatna Firdaus. And the team award, I think, might go to Astra Honda today.
Do you think so?
I think so.
Hang on, let me count them. 1, 2. Oh yeah, okay. Lockout.
So it's all red, but it's not all over. Fascinating tomorrow. 11 points for Andy Mohammed Fadli to defend tomorrow. Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan, the FIM Asia representative, this time hands out the prizes. The tie to the Indonesians. Third place, Reza Danica Arans, first podium since Sepang on the 29th of May. Adananta Putra, a first in Japan, a first and a second in Sepang, now a second in Buriram. He's the man with a chance of the title. But your race winner, Herjanatna, who's just 6 points off that lead. That did not finish in Sepang in the third race of the season. Could really come back to haunt Herjanatna when it comes to tomorrow.
Now we would like to invite Mr.
The team award will be handed out by Masanori Enomoto, the managing director of Idemitsu Lubricant Asia Pacific.
To the Astra Honda Racing Team.
And Astra Honda picking up that award. I can't recall a lockout. Certainly not in recent years.
The one that springs to my mind was at the Bend in 2018, so that is going back a bit.
Forgive me, I wasn't there, so that doesn't count.
No, you weren't there, Des.
Masanori Enomoto to take a photo with our race winners.
So that's the calm before tomorrow's storm. And I'm wondering what's going on in Andy Mohammed Fadli's pit lane. Whether or not the Kawasaki can eke out a a 10 points tomorrow that could be so important. A P6.
Yeah, I can't help feeling that there's more going on there than just a 1,000 RPM rev cut.
Here's how crazy close it is. Andy Mohammed Fadli, but he hasn't got better than a P6 since the 29th of May. He leads by 11 points from Adananta Putra, who's got 2 race wins. He's 6 points clear of Reza Danica Arand, who's got 1 race win. He's a point clear of Herjan Atna, who's got back-to-back race wins, who's on the same number of points as the impressive teenager Aldi Satya, who has not got a race win. Piawat could well be a spoiler tomorrow on 87 points. Rafi Topan, always capable of being a spoiler in P7 on 79 points. And Ray Ratikore, another potential spoiler on 75 points. That is the maths that we have got for you tomorrow. It is a brilliant end to the AP 250 season. Do join us for tomorrow's races, but don't go too far away, because we've got the big boys coming up next in a couple of races. We've got the 1000 cc's, but coming up next, the Supersport 600 cc from the Asia Road Racing Championships from Buriram.
So we're down here at the podium with the race winner, Herjan Anafridas. What a result for you, and what a result for the team. And the hopes of the championship are growing stronger and stronger. Do you have any words about this race?
Yes, very happy today. Especially is all I can give to my team. I'm very proud to give them to my team. Also, thanks to my boss here and all the crew mechanic working on my back. And then it's very hard race. Because the competitor is not the another team stronger. Maybe AP Honda Thailand, and then my teammate is fight me like hard. Yes, we try again tomorrow. I hope I can get back to the first podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Herjan, and congratulations once again on a fabulous victory.
Greetings to you from the track at the Chang International Circuit. We are in Buriram in the east of Thailand. It's the final weekend of racing from the Asia Road Racing Championship 2022. It's been a really good day so far. We have got some real nail biters in the AP 250s. We had a thrilling finish in the 150 cc's, and we saw a champion in the TVS one make. Now we're on to the Super Sport 600 cc, and this is the qualification from earlier on today. Barry Russell alongside myself, Des Corkill, to talk you through it. And Barry, in terms of the qualification, Critchaporn would be quickest, which is unusual because he's not really been able to put the times together so far this season, Critchaporn.
No, he hasn't, but he really has gone well this time, and to beat his teammate, his illustrious teammate Nakarin Atirapuvapat, was impressive. But he was quick all the way through yesterday too in free practice. And also quick, Ratapong Willarot, another local tie, so local knowledge really coming to the fore here. Ratapong would get himself a P3 with his best ride so far of the season, I'd argue. By far his best ride. He's really determined to put in a good showing here, and here's a man who always puts in a good showing. Andy Farid is Dihar.
Well, Andy needs something really special because he's second in the championship standings, but trails Helmi Asman, the championship leader, by 32 points. So the number 27 needs a win and needs Helmi to have a pretty dreadful weekend. And Helmi hasn't had the best of weekends, only a P10 for the Bunchu Honda Racing racer. As we have a look at Critchaporn once again, just confirming his fastest time. Critchaporn 2/10 faster than anybody else on the circuit.
Yeah, he really was impressive. And good to see a new rider up there.
It is, but it really could complicate matters in terms of the overall championship standings.
Circuit director there, going to talk to the Honda team.
They've had some big events here recently, and great sporting venue now.
It really is. They've managed it really well through the pandemic too. Kept it busy, kept it commercially viable.
Chang International Circuit looking rather splendid. That corner number 12 has produced the goods once again today. Whoever designed it deserves a medal in my book.
Yeah, and these bikes around here, the Honda and the Yamaha, very evenly matched. The Yamaha's maybe slightly more nimble through the section from turn 5 through to turn 11, but there's very little to choose between it.
Here are the championship standings. Helmi Asman, who starts on the 4th row of the grid, 140 points for Bunchu Honda. As you can see, it's a healthy lead from Andy Farid. Real competition for P2 between Andy Farid, Nakarim and Azroy Hakim, the Bunchu Honda racer. Don't count out Ibrahim Noruddin either, although Ibrahim will need to improve his luck just a little bit. He had a P5 and a P3 last time out in Sepang, and Karel Idampawi in P6. Let's go down onto the grid though, where the hard-working Daniel Bogas is looking to give us some insight into the driver's thinking.
So we're down here at the grid for the Super Sport 600 class, race 1, an interesting class with the leader, who we will get to in a bit. For now, let's go talk to the man on pole position, none other than Critchaporn Kausanti, having a little bit of a ritual there while he gets ready for what is going to be a fantastic race in the Asian Championship once again. Let's try to get a word with him. Sorry, Critchaporn, you qualified in a fantastic place. You qualified in a fantastic position, and now the target is obviously going to be for the win. So, how do you feel going into this?
Yeah, very happy for the first position and the first time to 600 cars, and really happy. And the last one, actually, no matter what, anything happen, I will do my best.
Definitely doing your best, we can believe. So now we'll head on next to Critchaporn towards Andy. So I just gotta get a word with Andy. Andy is fighting in the championship as well. So Andy, good qualifying, good weekend for you and the Hondas out here. What do you think the chances are with Helmi starting at the back there?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think about championship, because for me it's nothing to lose. The gap is quite big, but it's never say never. I just trying to do good weekend, good rest, give the best for Indonesia and for the team, and that's all.
All right, thank you so much, Andy. Good luck for the race. Now we're gonna head a few rows down to I believe it's row 4, where the championship leader Helmi Asman is. So you can see it's quite hectic here out on the grid. I can see Helmi's teammates as well. Azrai Kimanawar, Karidam Pawi in front of him. So we can almost be certain that the Bunsiona racing team will have a plan to help the championship leader Helmi. And he's got some nice looking sunglasses on as well. So Helmi, as usual, nice specs again. So you're leading the championship quite comfortably, but you're starting from 10th. Do you feel the pressure?
Yes, actually this weekend have a little bit struggle, but anyway my team doing good, very well job. So this race I will try to fight for podium, and not so far this starting P10. So but I will try my best for today.
We also have Idam Pawi and your teammates Azroy in front of you. Will they be helping you in this race?
Yes, maybe this race I fine with them. So I hope them also can help me today. So yes, we not have a plan for today, but we just try to our best for this race.
Thank you so much, Helmi. Good luck for the race. It's back to Des and Barry at the commentary box.
Good job again, Daniel. Yes, good insight there. Interested to hear Andy Farid is that. I've got nothing to lose.
That's it. And he gives everything every time he goes out. So that's ominous for the championship.
Krichapon on pole. Again, good for him. And as you say, good for us to get other names towards the top of the leaderboard. Krichapon, best result so far this season was a P7, which he got in Buriram in the second race. So he really has shown a massive improvement there. Andy Farid is the heart in second place in the championship standings. 2 victories, 2 second places, but a 15th place at Sepang has really hurt him.
Yeah, indeed it has. Too many mistakes for Andy.
Third on the grid is, I thought it was Ratapong, isn't it?
Yeah, Ratapong P3 on the front row, yeah.
Oh yeah, we're on the second row. This is Ibrahim Noruddin. Now, Ibrahim Noruddin, a P3 last time out. He didn't race in Sugo at all, didn't get off the grid, and that has really hurt Ibrahim Noruddin's chances of getting involved in the championship, because he's accumulated 94 points in the 6 races he has competed in.
Yeah, he was injured before we got to the racing in Sugo was the problem. Ibrahim Noruddin comes through very strong late in the race. That's something to watch out for.
Yeah, he often just times it, keeps the tyres nice and smooth. As Carol Idampawi. It's a stellar cast this in the Supersport 600, because next to Carol Idampawi is Azroy Hakim Anwar. He and Helmi Azman, the championship leader, have been racing. They're almost like twins on the racing track. Bunchu Honda teammates as well. And next to Azroy Hakim Anwar, another big name, Galang Hendra Pratama.
So much depth in this field. He qualified down in 9th, but he'll have his race day face on to see what he can do to get close to the front.
Again, he's another who's been in the top 6 on a couple of occasions. Beth placed 5th in Sepang back in May. And the championship leader, Helmi Azman, is down in P10. He's alongside Pitapong Boonlert from TMP Motorsports team in Thailand. Kanatat, who's a very capable wild card.
Absolutely. So these 2 wild cards, Pirapong, 2019 champion, and Kanatat. As you say, every time he shows up, he gets amongst it.
Also in the race, Kito Abe, who picked up a podium in Sugo. Had a couple of DNFs, but Kito Abe is capable of querying the pitch a little bit here as well.
Yeah, and he looked aggressive, although he didn't get the times in qualifying and free practice. And Shannon Inta there, he's a replacement rider for Kiao Kondanai, and rider from Taipei, Ying Chang Chi.
Okay, so the formation lap, this is fascinating. We think that Helmi Azman is good enough to secure enough points to make tomorrow an almost foregone conclusion, but he's got a lot of work to do, because Krichapon's been quick, Andy Farid's competitive, Ratapong is a former champion.
Yeah, let's move to row 2 then. Nakarina Tirapuvapat, also extremely quick, as is Irfan Ardiancia and Ibrahim Noruddin. As I said, watch out for him as the race progresses.
This is a super cast. Carolit Dampawi has got a lot to prove as well in P7. Azroy Hakim Anwar may play the teammate's role alongside Galang Hendra, who will not play the teammate's role.
Yeah, and number 32 with a 32-point lead. Currently, Mohammed Helmi Asman next to 2019 champion Pirapong Boonlert. And as we were saying, Kanatat Jaiman, always a threat.
Yeah, you forget about Pirapong as a champion. Ramdan Rosley has been quick as well. Was in the thousands, now in the 600s. Kritapat, a wild card for Yamaha high-speed team. And Fairozi, who has yet to really show his quality on the 600s. There on the 5th row.
Yeah, down on row 6, we got the promising Kito Abe. Shannon Intra, the replacement rider, as we're saying, for Condonai. Next to him from Taipei. Welcome to Ying Changchi.
Yes, Channel Inton, bike 999. I haven't seen that before on a race.
No, I'm not sure what that means in
in the UK
Thai.
it means something very different, doesn't it?
It's a very, yeah. Which service do you require?
Okay, Helmi Asman, he is the man who's carrying the camera for us. He is also the man who's in the championship lead. He's also the man, I dare say, Barry Russell, may be feeling the pressure. He's a cool, calm, collected customer off the circuit. He knows how to win races, but this is his championship to lose. 32 points into the final round. You don't qualify well, you maybe don't do so well in race number 1, and suddenly the wheels can figuratively come off.
Yeah, I think during the season we've seen version 2 of Helmi Asman, a much more mature, mentally much stronger racer than previously. But he did look more nervous than usual on the grid this time around,
yes,
as you would expect.
Yeah, he's had 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds, and a P4, and in Sugo, just after the rain, he came down in P10, so that's his worst position of the season, like 32.
We just saw the Astra Honda pit there. They're hoping to overturn the situation.
Be a heck of a result for Andy Farrad if he can. Let's have a look at him. Kritchapon, bike 35 on pole. The man to really look out for his start. Andy Farrad Izdahar in the middle. Astra Honda Racing though. Lights go out. We are indeed underway. And it's a steady start. Helmi Asman will be thrilled to bits with that. He's made up a lot of ground and probably a couple of places as well. And avoided any contact going into that first corner.
Yeah, nicely clean away. And as the haze clears, back on board with Helmi. Coming up to turn 3, the 180-degree bend. Great shot.
Stay out of danger. Somebody's been left a long way behind. I think it's Chang Chi-ying, the Taiwanese rider. He's right at the very back, but the man who's leading the way is the man who got off to a fabulous position in qualification, Kritchapon. And he's looking quick.
Yeah, he does look quick, and he looked confident on the grid too, didn't he? And behind him,
Ratapong.
Ratapong, I haven't seen him look this confident for a long time.
He's been carrying a lot of injuries this season, Ratapong, and a slightly underpowered Yamaha. I think he's got in his own mind that he owes Yamaha a little something for their support of him this season.
Yeah, and he owes himself, to be fair. He's a talented rider. This season hasn't gone as well as it should for a variety of reasons, but I think that could change this weekend.
Van Ardianse was down in P16. Van P3 on the grid. As we look at Helmi Asman, bike number 32, behind the 2 Yamahas. It's a 12-lap race, and as we come up to the tail end of lap number 1, Andy Farrad hasn't been able to make much of an impression, and that is not good for Astra Honda Racing. Kritchapon leads from Ratapong. It's Thailand, Andy Farrad in P3. Van Ardianse, Pirapong Boonlert. Helmi has got himself up into P6. That's terrific from Helmi Asman.
Yeah, very good performance from him from P10 up to P6 in the quality of this field, which is just phenomenal.
So, right, the calculations go away from, okay, what will it take for him to be caught up, as to what will it take for him to win. He's got a 32-point lead, so the championship, having made such a scintillating start, could now be Helmi Asman's to wrap up today.
I still feel at the moment that it's a bit of an ask, but with Kritchapon and Ratapong at the front,
changes everything, doesn't it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Changes everything, and if he can pick up 10 points That well, he's so long as he picks up double digits mid-table, he's still very secure for tomorrow. But I'm sure he'd much rather finish it all today. At the front though, Kritchapon is setting a torrid pace.
Yeah, not a good start for Nakarin. He's just moved up from 7th to 6th at the expense of Helmi Asman.
Yeah, Chip Nakarin's not out of it either. Let's not forget that. He's 104 points, only 36 points off the championship lead. Even if Helmi does secure P1, P2 and P3 are right up there for grabs as well.
Yes, they are. And Nakarin almost won, but then crashed at turn 12 in race 1 back in March. And he hasn't had a win.
Thailand, Kritchapon from Ratapong. Andy Farad has got himself into P3, company from Irfan Ardiansa, his countryman. Pirapong Boonlert and Chip Nakarin up there. Helmi Asman just drops down a place to P7, but it's still 9 points, and he's got protection from Azroy Hakim Anwar behind him. I don't think Azroy will push him too much.
No, Azroy will help.
And Parid and Powie.
And Powie, the three of them running together, yeah. But wildcard having an effect there is former champion Pirapong Boonlert and Irfan Ardiansa, of course, Andy's teammate.
Yeah, there are a few in there. 20 as we look through is Azroy Hakim Anwar. He's going to play wingman, I think, to Helmi Asman. I'm sure the team orders aren't as clear cut as that, as somebody went very, very wide.
I don't think they need to. Oh, back into
Ramdan
the
Rosley.
pits. Ramdan Rosley, not a good weekend for him so far.
Miserable season indeed for Ramdan Rosley. This will be his third DNF in 5 races. Some things are not meant to be.
No, that's it. No change at the front. Kritchapon just got a little bit of a cushion there. Almost 0.3 of a second last time they crossed the finish line.
And they've increased that lead as we look down at the tail end. 11 is Chang from Taiwan, as Kritchapon has Ratapong for company, and Andy Farad this time is a little bit closer onto the back wheel of Ratapong Willarot and the Yamaha, and he'll get a little bit of a tow down this long opening straight. And Irfan Ardiansa is still in there as well. Irfan, we never really mention Irfan, do we? Because he's never quite front of mind, but is always there or thereabouts.
Yeah, he's a really good rider, but being eclipsed by Andy Farid for the duration of this season.
He's picked up a couple of P4s earlier on in Buriram, Irfan Ardiansa, so he knows this circuit pretty well and he rides it pretty well, but Kritchapon is riding it absolutely beautifully.
Yeah.
Best lap, a 139.7. Fastest lap at the moment is Andy Farad, a 139.5. Actually, Chip Nakarin just put in a 139.5.
Yeah, Nakarin needs to pull himself up a little bit.
Helmi Asman is happily in there in P7, just behind Chip Nakarin. P7 will earn you 9 points, which would take him on to 149. And he's looking pretty comfortable. He's not having to push too hard. He can just protect the tyres, make sure that there's no real danger coming into the latter stages of the race.
Yeah, this is a championship leaders kind of race that he's running here. Really smart. As you said, Des, he got away very well. And now he's putting himself in contention with the leading group coming up.
Andy Farad makes his move. Andy Farad is goes through ahead of Ratapong Willarot into P2. Andy Farad, he said, I've got to go for it. We heard him say that exactly. I've got nothing to lose, so I may as well go for it. But he's lost P2 on that long straight back to Ratapong Willarot.
Yeah, surprised. It must have been on the way that Willarot exited turn 12, because the Honda's got a little bit more grunt than the Yamaha. And coming up alongside him.
Well, that's a surprise, because Kritchapon has lost P1. And having looked pretty much unassailable at the front, Kritchapon has dropped down to, is that him down in P4? Under pressure from Pirapong Boonlert.
Yeah, Pirapong Boonlert, another one of those riders taking points away from Helmi currently. But Helmi's got lots of time, 8 laps to go.
Another all-black livery from Pirapong Boonlert. Does look great.
Yeah, it does. Sinister.
But look at this, Andy Farid Izdahar has made a move, and he's made it pretty early, Barry. He's made it inside the first third of the race. Now, do you think this is a move just to try and establish a lead, or just to pull the field away from Helmi Asman?
I think he's going for the lead now. He knows he's capable of doing it. On his day, he's arguably the fastest of these riders, although it's difficult to say that in this company. What a great shot that curb cam is.
So Andy Farid has a lead over Ratapong Wilrat. It's only 0.35 of a second. Irfan Ardiansa is there. Pirapong has got ahead of Krichapon and Chip Nakarin. Helmi Asman still in 7 with his guard of honour, Azroy Hakim and Karol Idampawi. If it were to finish like this, Helmi would take a 16-point lead into the final race tomorrow. If it were to remain, and immediately it changes because Ratapong goes into the lead.
Yeah, that's it. And look how hard these two are racing. Ratapong almost leaning on Andy Farid as they went into turn 3.
Ratapong's really up for it today, isn't he? Ratapong Willarat.
Yeah, he is. In earlier races, we've seen him fade as the race goes on. I don't think you're going to see that today. I think we've got a different Ratapong Willarat here.
Well, he's not qualified as high as P3 as far as I can recall this season. So the Yamaha is behaving well. He knows this circuit very well. I watched him win a Brit Championship here last season in the wet, very different conditions. Going out wide there is Pirapong Boonlert, who loses a place as a result to Chip Nakarin. But Ratapong has the lead. Andy Farid hunkers down. With behind him you've got Irfan Ardiansa, the ghost, the shadow.
Yeah, and we're looking for Ibrahim. Ibrahim's disappointingly far off this leading group.
P10 at the moment. As they come round corner 12, it will be 6 laps completed. We'll be at the halfway stage of the race, and it's Andy Farid just leading by 100th of a second from Ratapong Willarat. This time Andy Farid's able to hold on down the main straight. This is where he loses it to Ratapong sometimes. Bit of slipstream for Ratapong, and will he come down into the hairpin, into the lead? And the answer is yes. So that slipstream is working. Behind them, Helmi Asman with his guard of honour.
Yeah, that certainly is, isn't it? All three of them slide in unison into turn 3.
Helmi
was
lost.
quite wide into that, wasn't he?
And Ibrahim Noruddin's got through. And Azroy Hakim got through. And Karol Idampawi looks backwards to see, what can I do to protect my teammate? But tell you what, Ibrahim Noruddin, he must have heard you, Barry. He must have heard you.
Well, we know how he rolls, don't we? And this is his part of the race now, into the second half of the race. He's good on worn tyres.
He's only 1.5 seconds down on Pirapong Boonlert, who's in P7.
But now he's taking points away from Helmi Asman, who's down in 9th.
Wow, this is interesting, because Andy Farid is leading.
Yeah, and Azroy has found himself up into P6. He was trying to protect Helmi, but he had to go on through, keep moving forward. So let's see what he can do.
7 laps of 12 are through. We focus on Helmi Asman, who is currently in 9th position. Andy Farid Izdahar, his main championship rival, is 1. Ratapong Willarat and Chip Nakarin 2 and 3. Bike 32, Helmi Asman had a 32-point lead coming in to this race. That will be whittled away if these positions remain the same, and it'll be a nervy time for Helmi tomorrow.
Yeah, and that is that little group there is dropping back a little from this one.
Andy Farid takes a nice tight line and is able to retain the lead from Ratapong Willarat. Ratapong, as you say, though, is looking determined. If you could see the steely eyes under the white helmet, you would see determination written all over them as he goes into the lead once again, the Yamaha racer.
Yeah, absolutely. The Yamaha, oh, look at Chip Nakarin coming through now.
Yeah, He's another who can really spoil the party for Andy Farid.
Yep, he really fancied it, talking to him over the last few days.
Because he's in third place, he's not out of it himself, you know, Chip Nakarin.
No, he's not. He's been consistent. That's for sure, but only one podium, which is really quite surprising. But he's gone ahead of his compatriot, Ratapong Willarot, as they go into the final sector of this lap.
Poor old Ratapong is probably saying, come on guys, I've been out of it all season. You can't come and take my glory now. But Chip Nakarin, he's wanting to do exactly that. Ratapong just cuts off Andy Farid, who's dropped down to P3. Andy Farid has got a good lieutenant in Irfan Ardiansa, again just tracking him all the while.
Yeah, as you said, Des, often we don't mention Irfan, but he's often there and he's doing a really good job for Team Astra.
Helmi Asman is in P9, which is only 7 points. But Andy Farid has only got 16 points to offer at the moment. That would be nice, that would be lovely for Helmi Asman if he could keep that differential. But Ratapong has the lead from Chip Nakarim. Andy Farid is sticking close. Irfan doing sentry duties.
Yeah, and then there's a little gap back to Pirapong, and then another little gap back to the next group, which is headed by Helmi currently.
What's happened to Critchapon? I know he's in P5, but he looked to have established such a strong lead early on in the first 3 laps, but now he's dropping down. P5 at the moment, ahead of Azroy Hakim. In fact, he's lost a place to Azroy Hakim.
I think it's the old thing of it's one thing to be quick on a lap, but quite another to do the whole race, put a whole race together. So he's probably just at that stage in his career where he needs to just get that extra piece of the jigsaw puzzle in place. But it's Ratapong who famously here won the Super Sport 600 title in 2018.
Andy Farid takes the tight line once again. That's a rehearsal, I'm sure, for the final lap. Once again, he's able to hold it, and he'll be hopeful that his tyres retain that grip. So Andy Farid up to P2. That helps him just a little bit. Ratapong from Farid, from Chip Nakarim, from Irfan Ardiansa as they come through the haze. And the camera on the long lens struggles to stick with the action. These 6 and 7, including Ibrahim Noruddin, who's just attached himself to the back and got himself out of Pirapong Boonlad. So Ibrahim Noruddin doing the Noruddin special, closing up on the front racers. But has he left it a little bit too late?
Yeah, and I think one of the jobs that Azroy, who's moving up through this group, could do would be to try and get ahead of Andy Farid, if he can. But we've got 3 laps to go. It's a bit of an ask when the level of these races is so close.
I think you mentioned it in when we looked at the grid. It's an all-star cast because you've got the likes of Fairozi Tokatela down in P14. You've got Kanatat, who's in the pits. He's out of the race. You've got Galang Hendra struggling in P12. Even Kito Abe, who we all liked when he made his debut in Sugo, he's down in P12.
Yeah, it really is an all-star grid. People often say in World Superbike that the grid is quite thin, but it certainly isn't here in Asia.
Andy Farid has a look again. He keeps a nice tight line, but Ratapong Willarot has done this corner hundreds, if not thousands of times. He knows every little bit of gravel on that track.
Yeah, the team have been testing here recently too.
Andy Farid, these front 3 beginning to edge away. They've got a half-second lead over Irfan Ardiansa and Azroy Hakim and Critchapon. Ibrahim is not able to make any move as Andy Farid goes on the nice tight line. Chip Nakarin even tighter, and Ratapong goes from 1 to 3 on a single hairpin corner.
It's amazing competing at this level. If you don't get everything absolutely right, somebody's going to take your lunch every time.
Sometimes it's just 10 meters braking, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Andy Farid has the lead. Chip Nakarin is looking very, very secure. Chip Nakarin in P3 at the moment. He was 4th in terms of qualification. Lap 1:39.3, 253 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, Helmi Asman 2.2 seconds off the front.
Helmi still only 7 points for P9. And it's not looking as though he'll improve it because he's a little bit behind Pirapong Boonlert.
Yeah, to look at the people who are likely to be on the move now, and I think you want to look at Azroy and Ibrahim.
Right, we're coming into the final lap of the race, and there is the championship leader, but he could be under real pressure going into tomorrow's final race of the season. If Andy Farid Izdihar is able to hold on, it's a big if, because Chip Nakarin is right in his slipstream and is looking to just pull out, and Ratapong Willarot is also there, looking to make a statement for Yamaha here at Buriram. Chip Nakarin has the tighter line and will go into the lead, but he's the old switchback from Andy Farid retains the lead. Good racing, good racing.
This is brilliant. That's such a wide turn 3. You can take different lines around there, but these three are starting to get away. Irfan's ridden a brilliant race in P4.
Ratapong just goes slightly wide. Chip Nakarin is competing. Irfan, as you mentioned, is there. Ibrahim Noruddin is back up into the reckoning as well. But Andy Farid Izdihar, half a lap to go. Could be a big statement. Ratapong 2, Nakarin 3. Nakarin on the inside of Ratapong. That's the battle for P2. Irfan Ardianta protecting in P4.
Yeah, they just let Andy get away a little bit of an advantage, and I think getting slightly tangled up the two ties.
He's just got to make sure he makes no mistakes as he comes into the final corner, number 12, Andy Farid Izdihar. This could be a big win. Irfan blocks off the two ties. Ratapong is blocked. Andy Farid makes a fabulous victory. Andy Farid takes it. Second is Nakarin. Azroy Hakim, Krichapond, Ratapong 5th, Ibrahim 6th, Irfan 7th, Kyril Idampawi ahead of Helmi Asman. Helmi P9 tomorrow has a 16-point lead only.
Trudging off, I think that's Pirapong, yeah. That's a shame, he was having a good race. But brilliantly judged win there for Andy Farid Izdihar. And Irfan Ardiancia, after a brilliant race running shotgun in P4, got the final turn all wrong and went wide. That let Krichapong through, and let Ibrahim through, and Ratapong Willarot. What a disappointing result for him to finish in P5.
Well, it was blocked off. Irfan Ardianta, in protecting his man, went very narrow on the final corner, made sure that the Yamaha and Chip Nakarin were pushed wide. That ensured the victory by a rather comfortable 1 second in the end for Andy Farid Izdihar. Teamwork.
It's a bit of a sacrifice. I'm not convinced, Des.
We'll ask the questions later. It certainly looked that way. Irfan Ardianta himself would finish in P7. Kyril Idampawi edging past his teammate Helmi Asman for P8.
Yeah, we didn't see that on screen what happened there, but that probably wasn't part of the plan.
And Ratapong, quite rightly, as you say, 11 points was not really fair for the amount of work he did in this race. So here's how it stands. Andy Farid taking it by a full second from Chip Nakarin. Azroy Hakim Anwar for Boonshu Honda in P3. They're your podium. Krichapong, Ratapong, Ibrahim Noruddin left it late but gets a P6. Irfan Ardianta, the spoiler, in 7. Kyril Idampawi in 8. And when we change the page, that will be the significant racer on the top of the next page. Helmi Asman coming in P9, which is worth 7 points, which takes him up to 147. Kritapat ahead of Kita Abe, Galang Hendra, Fairosi, Chanan Inter 999, and Chang will pick up a single point, followed by Piripong Boon Alert. Kanatat and Ramdan Rosley not completing the race, but that is a fabulous moment for Andy Farid Izdihar because it keeps his championship hopes really, really alive. So we'll talk about Andy in just a moment, Barry Russell, but Helmi will be a little bit nervy tomorrow. 16 points.
Yeah, that's certainly capable of being overcome. Big hugs there.
If this result is repeated tomorrow, Andy Farid is champion.
Yeah, Helmi will be looking for improvements. He doesn't need a stellar race, he just needs a decent one. But yeah, the spoiling job there done by Irfan. Okay, Irfan is being summoned to race control. So that could make a difference to Helmi's points total.
Very good. Azroy Hakim it is who's been summoned. Bike 16 was it?
Yes,
Irfan. Yeah, that could well be for his dive in on the last lap, on the last corner.
Yeah, it looked a bit wild, so let's see what they make of that.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogas. He's in the Park Fermi.
So we're down here at Park Fermi for the Super Sport 600 with third place on the podium, Azroy Hakimanawar. So Azroy, what an end to that race that was. It was quite the intense battle, and right at the end there, you made it. So can you tell us a bit about the race?
Yes, first I want to say shukran lah, thank you to my team. After what we all through this weekend, I have 2 crash during this weekend, so it a bad start for me. But yes, step by step I try to improve my feeling and also the bike. And yes, for the race, I made a good start, but not enough to fight with top 3 riders. So after lap by lap, I start closing to the front, and I have a slow riding in the chicane there. So it's difficult for me to keep the front. So I just try to attack in the braking and lose the gap in straight. I try many times to pass Irfan, but Irfan was good at brake. So in the last corner, Irfan made a mistake. So I'm happy for this third place. So yes, for tomorrow for sure I want more than today.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Congratulations again on the podium. And now second place for the Super Sport 600 class. It's a familiar name. It's Chip Nakarin. So Nakarin, what a battle that was for you. You've always had the pace this weekend, and the podium came through. Tell us about the race.
Yeah, it was fantastic today. I think it's really hard race. For the beginning, I was a little bit mistake in the first corner, so I lose a lot, and I try to recover it, to stay in the group, and yeah, step by step, and I think it's not easy for tomorrow.
Do you think you'll have a better chance at the win for tomorrow's race?
Yeah, for sure. I try to win.
All right, thank you so much, Nakarin. Congratulations again on a fantastic P2. And now we're going to head to the race winner, Andy Farid. Andy, that was quite the battle for the victory. You kept on getting attacked, especially at turn 3. Yeah, and you closed the gap in the championships quite well in this one. So, any words about this race and for tomorrow's?
Yeah, the race was very tough. I saw the gap from the first lap until the last lap is very close, everybody. So I just try to focus, especially in the last 3 laps, that I try to attack to leading the race. And I think this is this is good. Finally, we can get the win. Thanks my team, prepare the bike very well, and also thanks to all the Indonesia people to always support me, my family, and tomorrow race 2 I will try my best again to give a nice show.
Yeah, we're looking forward to race 2. Thank you so much, Andy, and good luck for tomorrow.
Best of the action from race number 1 of the weekend of the Supersport 600cc race at the Chang International Circuit. Andy Farid Izdihar needing a victory if he was to really put any pressure on Helmi Asman. And Andy Farid, having started on the front row of the grid, he was there or thereabouts up at the front end by Russell right the way from the start to the end.
Yes, he was. Although it was the pole sitter Krichaporn who showed strongly in the early stages.
Along with Ratapong Willarot, who Ratapong, I think we both have a soft spot for him because he's such an amiable character off the grid. Hasn't had much of a good season, but it looked like Ratapong was able to keep up with the pace. Always, though, we had an eye on Helmi Asman. Helmi's the championship leader. Would it be 7 points? Would it be 8 points? Would it be 9 points? It never looked like it was going to get any better than that.
No, it didn't. I don't know what it was, whether it was nerves, whether there's something wrong with the bike. Might have been a touch of nerves because Azroy managed to get through to the leading group. But we're looking here, this is Ratapong showing strong for so much of the race. He did look like a potential winner, him and Nakarin and Andy Farid. Little to choose between them. Yeah, Ratapong in the blue for Yamaha was really in a terrific position. But when we come to the final corner, just have a look at how Arfan Ardiansa just cuts off both Ratapong and I don't think so much Chip Nakarin, although Chip may well have suffered just a little bit. This is the moment, though, when Andy Farid makes his move to get himself in front. And then Irfan, we'll ask him later on today, but I reckon there's a little bit of teamwork going on here from Irfan, protecting Andy Farid Izdihar and just making sure that nothing goes. Look how late he is into that corner. Gets very late. He just stops and pushes everybody wide, and that almost guarantees the victory for Andy Farid. Yeah, and Chip Nakarin did well to stay on the bike and keep his momentum. Andy Farid taking the victory and taking us into the final day of the season before we can find a champion in the Supersport 600cc. So for the podium, Azroy Hakim Anwar is being called up.
In second place, Nakarin Atira Pugabad.
Chip Nakarin for Honda Racing Thailand in P2. It was a good performance by Chip. It was, yeah, and he did do well because he could easily have gone off and lost his momentum. Andy Farid taking the victory. There's no doubts about that. And Astra Honda once again on the podium. And once again we will have the Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Plenty of work still to do tomorrow. Andy Farid Izdihar, but he's given himself a sportsman's challenge of taking the title. We saw him before in profile, Tanasiri, the managing director of the Chang International Circuit, handing out the prizes. We'll be delighted that there's a tie amongst them.
And your race winner, Andy Farid Izdihar.
And Andy Farid, now crucially, this is his third victory of the season. So the countback could come into play when it takes place tomorrow, because Helmi has only got 2 victories. There is 14 points between them, but if today's result is even improved a little bit on by Helmi, it could come back to a countback. Thongchai Wangsawan, the FIM Asia, handing out the team award once again to Astra Honda. This is a beautiful end to the season.
It is, real nail biter.
There's the podium photo. Confirmation, Andy Farid from Chip Nakarin, from Azroy Hakim Anwar. Although Azroy Hakim has been asked to report to race control, so that might finish, and that might have an influence on what's going to come up next, the graphic of the championship standings. So this is how it stands now. Helmi Asman 147, 14 points only clear of Andy Farid. 14 points, Barry. Gosh, that's tight. Chip Nakarim 124 out of the equation effectively. Azroy Hakim looking for a top 3 position. Ibrahim Noruddin again leaving a bit too late. Caroline Dempawi looking for 100 points. Irfan Ardiansa, he is there. He's the man who's been asked to report to race control. And Galang Hendra. Frustrating season for Galang. I think we were all expecting more from the Yamaha racer. So much to look forward to tomorrow, and one more race to really look forward to this afternoon. That's the really big boys, these superbikes, the 1000cc coming your way. It's the first of 2 races of the weekend in the 1000cc ASB Superbikes at the Asia Road Racing Championship. Join us again in 2 minutes time. I promise you some thrilling action. A very warm welcome back to a glorious day in the east of Thailand. The Chang International Circuit looking absolutely splendid. The racing has been first class in the penultimate race of the campaign. There's more racing coming your way tomorrow. It's the 31 degrees, there's a little bit of wind as you can see, 57% humidity, but the riders loving it, the commentators loving the conditions as well, and loving the racing that we've had so far. We have got plenty of racing coming your way tomorrow. 3 titles still to be decided and plenty of fantastic racing which we can guarantee you. But now we're going to focus on the 1000cc, the superbikes, and earlier on today the qualification period took place, and Apiwat Wangtanan, who are on board with, well, Apiwat was very quick, as was Anupab in practice, but didn't quite have the same cachet going into the qualification this morning. Something didn't seem quite right with the Yamahas.
No, it didn't. You can usually bet the house on Apiwat landing up on the first row, but here's a story for you. The rider standing in for the injured Haruki Noguchi, Ikehiro Enokido.
Yeah, bike number 71, Enokido. He could really be a spoiler in terms of the championship standings. We need to tell you, Haruki Noguchi, the championship leader, was injured in an all-Japan race, which means he cannot compete here. Hopefully his recovery is going well. But it means this man, Zakwan Zaidi, if he can build on the P2 that he got in qualification, the title is potentially his, but he has 19 points to make up over the 2 races.
Yes, he does. You'd have to say, out of everything here and in the circumstances, Zakwan should take the championship, but this is ASB 1000. It's a field full of quality, and we've got a real spoiler in. Haruki's the replacement on his... We'll talk about that in just a few moments.
Casper Daniel it is, though, who is on pole position. As I've followed that kid since Cup Prix days, and he just seems to get better and better. Loves the occasion, loves the actual racing. As we look at the Buriram circuit, he's raced here before. How did Kazma do last time? He did not finish last time out, whereas Zakwan Zaidi started the season with a victory at this very circuit, so he knows it intimately.
Yeah, this was Kazma's ASB 1000 debut back in March, and my goodness, he's grown as a rider since then. And we all echo that sentiment to Haruki Noguchi. If you're watching, we miss you, mate. Get well soon, and we look forward to seeing you set the place alight again next year.
Absolutely. Okay, we move on to the standings, which will show Haruki Noguchi at the top of those standings. He's got 154 points, but he's an absentee here. He won 4 of the 5 races before he was an enforced absentee. Zakwan Zaidi, whose only win of this season came at Buriram in the opening race of the season, is the obvious potential to capitalise. 19 points he's got to make up over the 2 races this weekend. Kazma Daniel, a further 20 points behind alongside Anupab Samoon. Both have got 1 championship win to their campaign. Apiwat Wangtanan is on 96 points. So it's been very, very high quality so far this season. And I think let's go down onto the pit lane, where the hardworking Daniel is hoping to give us some insight into what's about to happen.
Just after a few wings, we have already reached to the end of day 2 of the final round. And on the grid with us is the ASB 1000 category. And we're going to talk to a very impressive rider who has come up as a rookie but is performing like anything but. Kazma Daniel, you're in pole position once again, and mathematically, championship still alive. What's your plan with the performance that you've had?
For my plan, I just to make like a race before. I just try to make a good race, and I don't want to make a pressure on myself. So I really want to enjoy the race. Always enjoy the race, and this is the key to make a good race.
Yeah, we can definitely tell you always enjoy. Good luck for the race. And now we're gonna go next to Kazma with another one of the title contenders, and actually really the closest contender. So actually, he's doing a quick interview. So while Zakwan's doing an interview, you can see there, Haruki, get well soon messages for Haruki. And yeah, definitely we do send our best wishes to Haruki. We hope he has a speedy recovery, because we cannot wait to see him back up. And speaking of Haruki, now it's the contender, Zakwan Zaidi. So, Zakwan, you're the closest to Haruki's points in the championship. Are you feeling the pressure?
At the moment, sometimes yes, I'm feeling like this, but I don't want to think too much. I just want to enjoy the race, and I try to collect the maximum point. Surely I want to win. This the the race 1 is the, if I can win, sure in the race 2 I can manage how the overall, and hopefully yeah, I want to enjoy. That's all.
All right, definitely. We wish you the best of luck, Zakwan. And now we're going to head back down to row 2 with a local rider, a name that is quite familiar. It's Anupap Sarmoon. So let's have a chat with Anupap. So Anupap, not a bad qualifying for you in P5, and you're going to be chasing the same points with Kasma. How do you feel going into this?
Yes, today I feel I don't worry anything. Yes, I will do my best for my team and more for my sponsor, for my support me. And in this race, I think it's very hard work for me, but everything we can do. Yes, I will do my best and try to win and try to championship point. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anupap. Good luck for the race, and it's back to Desenberry in the commentary box.
Thank you once again, Daniel. Good selection, I think, for Anupap because he's such an excellent racer. But I know you were mighty impressed with Inohiro Enokido as a stand-in for Noguchi. Is he a potential spoiler, potential race winner?
He's definitely a potential spoiler. Race winner, that's a big ask. This is his first visit as a rider to Chang International Circuit. He played himself in well like the pro he is. He races normally in JSB 1000 and exploded into the actually top of the qualifying at one point. He was just walking past Apiwat Wongtanan there. Not looking his happiest self, I have to say.
And of course, he's right next door to Anupap. Those two are virtual twins. Onto the tyre selections, which is always very interesting. And interestingly, Kasma Daniel has gone for an aggressive medium compound, mediums on the front, and he seems to be the exception to the rule.
Yeah, so looking at the other Yamahas here, Apiwat also running medium, and Anupap the same. Pasawit running medium. We'll talk more about him because he didn't really show up so much in qualifying, but the Honda's mostly doing hard front, medium rear.
Aslan Shah Kamrazaman is the defending champion. He will not be champion after tomorrow afternoon, but still enjoying and would still like to go out with a solid performance. It's been a difficult season for Aslan on the BMW. 2 DNFs really set the standard for his season. Best result of the season, a P4 in Sepang last time out.
Yeah, Pasawit had a heavy crash in qualifying, having been super impressive yesterday and all the way up to that point. But he nevertheless did a good enough time to put himself in P8 on the grid.
Now, Yuki Ito, he was involved in the crash that took out Haruki Noguchi in the All Japan, so quite rightly, but he himself is not at all fit. We could see in qualification he's really struggling on that bike.
He's got a break in his lower left leg.
Ugh. These fellas are nuts. They are genuinely nuts.
Especially Yuki. It's not the first time we've seen him riding with a broken leg. He took a podium in Suzuka in 2019.
Always great to see him competing though. This is Adam Norodin down in P10. Adam's had a couple of podiums, but 2 did not start in Sugo. Him and his brother had a nightmare in Japan. His brother in the 600s and Adam in the 1000s. No points accumulated from there. That's really stopped his championship challenge before it even got started. And then next to him, Suhatai is one of the local wildcards.
Yeah, and a veteran in this championship. A friend of mine, actually, I call him the Beast. He's a guy who you can put on any motorcycle and he will ride the wheels off it and make it go fast. It's good to see him standing in as a wild card here.
And then you've got Anucha, who is another who is well known in these parts, a regular competitor in the Brick Championships.
And previously a really good AP250 racer, going back a few years, and done some time in 600s as well.
And then you've got 2 more wildcards for Victor Racing. Yusuke Nakamura, or Yusuke as I've been taught how to say it, Yusuke Nakamura, and alongside him another wildcard starting in 14th place, Hideyuki Okada.
That's it, so good to see Victor Racing bringing some more riders to the grid at the end of the season.
Good to see Victor Racing back. They're big supporters of the Asian Road Racing Championships. And they may be at the back of the grid, but great opportunity for Yusuke and Hideyuki Okada.
Yeah,
So how do you see this going? Obviously, Noguchi, 19 points clear. Zakwan would be expected to do well, but there's some real potential spoilers in there. You've mentioned Enokido, you've mentioned Kazma Daniel, who's on pole, of course, and the ties will always be competitive here.
Yeah, they will. I expect Kazma and Zakwan, the two Malaysians on the grid who said they were here just focusing and enjoying the race. I think we're going to see a battle at the front between those two. We don't know what Ikuhiro Enokido can do over the race distance. We've seen him get faster and faster, and we know the kind of quality that SDG have in their machine preparation as well as their riders. And then you've got the two Yamahas, the local ties. Really hard to call. But Aslan down in P7, but that's one of his better qualifying performances of the season. And he did look to be enjoying himself a little bit more this weekend.
And Passawit was going well at stages, wasn't he?
Passawit was going brilliantly, yeah. He had a crash after 8 or 9 minutes in qualifying. And so the time that you see there was set. He did smash his bike up quite badly, but he was really, really quick. And Adam, I noticed that Aslan is running hard front, medium rear. Adam, medium. So different setups for the two BMW riders.
Do you think there's a gamble in the medium being taken from Kazma? Of course there's a gamble, it's Kazma Daniel. Of course. But so Zakwan has gone for the more conservative hard front tyre.
Yeah, Kazma's been experimenting with hard front, medium rear, and medium rear, hard front, and he's landed on medium. I would guess the track temperature here is about 45, which is a nice temperature for here. And happy riders go fast, you know, Des.
And he loves his racing, Kazma. He could be a wild card here.
Yeah,
he's a long way. He's 39 points behind Haruki Noguchi, so he needs back-to-back wins, and he needs Zakwan to, well, come middle ground. A couple of P4s for Zakwan, a couple of wins for Kazma, a couple of fourths for Zakwan, and Kazma could theoretically take the title. But the same for Anupab Samun. He's on exactly the same number of points as well, so back-to-back wins for the tie. And we could be having the trophy residing here at Buriram.
Yeah, I think a lot will depend on what the two Thai Yamaha riders do in this race. And it's been difficult to read them this weekend. Clearing the grid that means the 3-minute signal has gone. Big crowd on the grid.
Chang International Circuit, the venue in Buriram. 13 laps of the race. That corner at the end, for the smaller category bikes, it really comes into play. For the big boys, well, I suppose it does come into play if you're both trying to race to the line in the latter stages. Whoever has the tighter line, and if they can hold it, so much the better. Here is the starting grid for race 1 of the weekend. Kazma Daniel Kazmauddin from Malaysia for Yamaha Gem Blue Racing on pole, ahead of Zakwan Zaidi, second in the title, ahead of Enokido, the replacement for SDG Racing's championship leader, Haruki Noguchi. That's the front row.
And Yamaha Thailand leading row 2 with Apiwatwong Tananon and Anupab Samun with Gary Salim. Good qualifying performance from Gary.
Yeah, we rarely mention Gary. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, decent qualification from the defending champion on the BMW for one XOXTKR Racing team. Passawit for Astemo SI Racing with Thai Honda in P8. Yuki Ito, an injured Yuki Ito, bravely starting in P9.
And on row 4, Adam Noruddin leads that from Suhathai Chemsap, the wild card, and from another wild card, well-known, Anushar Nakcharonsi.
And yes, Anucha, who we've seen race many times, and for Victor Racing Team, P13 and P14, two Japanese, Yusuke Nakamura and Hideyuki Okada.
So we were talking about the Yamaha Thai riders. I think I'm going to add in Pasawit to that.
Yeah, local knowledge.
He was so strong in Sepang too until he had the breakdown in race 2.
There's a lot to think about here, particularly if you're Zakwan Zaidi. Our thoughts with Haruki Noguchi, of course, the championship leader. Assuming he does lose the championship here, it's a horrible way to lose it. It really does put salt into a very serious injury that he sustained.
Yep, but so far things have been going well. His team have been telling me. I've had a couple of cheery exchanges with him on Twitter, direct messages, so I think he's in good spirits.
So Zakwan Zaidi, twice an ARRC winner at the 600cc category. He carries the experience into this, and he's a cool, calm, calculating competitor. You do forget he's still only mid-20s as well. He's only 26, Zakwan.
Yeah, and it seems like he's been around forever. How many championships is it? How many 600 championships did he get?
It's 2, but he's always competing. He's always in the top 3. He's always there. We're always talking about him. Going to add a Superbikes in this second season would be another feather in the cap. He's got the domestic Malaysian Superbikes title to his name already. Not this season, I think that went to Kazma this season.
Yeah, looking at the odds, they do lie with Zakwan, but there's a lot of racing to do between now and taking the championship.
Jerry Salim's an interesting one. Never been higher than P7, never been lower than P10.
Yeah, he needs to take a step, doesn't he?
Yes. I mean, it's a step already into the Superbikes. These are big beasts. They take some controlling.
Absolutely, they do. And you can see the hard front there with the white flash on the bike of Zakwan Zaidi, who trundles up to take his place in the middle of the front row, alongside Kazma Daniel and the wild card, or the replacement rider rather, Ikehiro Enokido for SDG Hark Pro Racing.
Enokido in the lime green helmet. He's the one to really keep an eye out for. There's a little problem right at the back.
I think there was a parking problem.
Flagman disappears, red lights go on. When they are off, we are underway. Zakwan's off to a steady start. He's got ahead of Kazma Daniel. Enokido left in the wake as well. Well, any nerves for Zakwan Zaidi, they just disappear as he gets off to the smoothest of starts.
That was a beautiful start, wasn't it? And actually, I have to say, Kazma's had troubles with his starts this season, but that was a good one. But look as they come up into turn 3.
Enokido pushed just a little bit wide. It's all a little bit congested, but
I think that was Anupar pushing his way up.
So, but Zakwan Zaidi, gosh, I keep setting up these scenarios where what happens if Zakwan fails, and Zakwan doesn't fail. Zakwan, somebody was describing to me, he's a lucky racer, and my response was, the harder he works, the luckier he gets.
I think that's totally true. He does work really hard on every aspect of his racing his physical fitness, his technical knowledge. He's constantly looking to improve. That's why when you ask him a question in an interview, what are you working on to improve, he'll always give you a good answer.
Absolutely, and at the moment what he's working on is just holding on to a lead. If he were to get 25 points here, it would put him into the championship lead, and it would wrest it away from Haruki Noguchi. Long way to go, long way to go. Kazma Daniel will obviously have something to say about that, and the Thais will definitely have something to say about that. But as they come into the first corner, it is Zakwan Zaidi who leads from Anupab Samun. And Apiwat's made a move to try to get into P3 ahead of Kazma Daniel, but it's Kazma Daniel, the young Malaysian. So it's Malaysia, Thailand, Enokido has been pushed back to P5.
Yeah, that's a good first lap from Zakwan. He did gap a little bit, and then the others have caught him up. Now he's got to deal with the threatening presence of Anupab Samun right on his tail.
There is Apiwat, just going on the inside line ahead of Kazma Daniel. Kazma's got no room for the switchback, so Kazma drops down to P4. having been on pole position. Oh, somebody's engine's gone at the end, at the back. Was it Aslan Shah? Somebody is missing. And ooh.
Just looking for. Oh, that doesn't look good.
Adam Norodin.
Yeah, Adam Norodin's gone off. Disappointing for him.
He's had no luck this season, Adam.
Oh.
So the BMW again doesn't survive the test.
But look at the pressure coming from Yamaha Racing Thailand on the leader of this race currently, Zakwan Zaidi. Anupab's all over him, and Apiwat in station coming up on the inside. Zakwan's going to hold it.
Zakwan just got the line perfectly right, and that's where you get the good drive out as well. But he is under pressure, as you say, from Apiwat, who's in P2, and Anupab, who was quick in P3. And that is 109, who is Anucha. Anucha, local wildcard, is out of the race.
Perhaps pushing a bit too hard. Anusha, it's a shame to see him go out. He's going to be upset with that. He wants to get back on and do what he can.
Adam Norodin, meantime, that is a disconsolate walk home.
Yeah, nothing he can do. His engine's gone. All he can do is look forward to tomorrow and to 2023.
Back to the race, and up at the front, Zakwan is just holding that little train up. He's got Anupab and Apiwat, as you expected, in close attendance.
Pasowit coming too. Let's just count back. I think he's in 6th position at the moment.
Kazma Daniel in P4 with Yamaha on his back, literally, as he looks on the inside of 500, who is Anupab Samu. Anupab sporting a new blonde haircut, I saw.
Yes, indeed. And Kazma's got Pasowit breathing down his neck.
And Pasowit has got Enokido not too far behind. Enokido, though, is, as you say, it's his first visit as Zakwan is overtaking his outbreak. That's beautifully done there by Apiwat Wongtanon. He was brave enough to leave it late. Zakwan has got that braking right in the previous 2 laps. He didn't quite get it right there.
Yeah, Apiwat, we know what he's capable of. He's had a quiet couple of days until now, but this is when it matters.
But on the medium compounds, as leaving the brake and putting so much pressure on that front tyre caused you a problem, as Zakwan is then engulfed by the second of the tyres. So Apiwat and Anupab working as a duo once again, inseparable. Meanwhile, Kazma Daniel is looking to get on the shoulders of Zakwan Zaidi, and suddenly it doesn't look as secure for Zakwan.
No, and Anupab has got the advantage over his teammate in the championship. So this positioning makes sense. Kazma goes past Zakwan Zaidi now. So the Malaysian contender, main contender, dropping back to P4. And Pasowit is going to have a say in a minute too. So we've got 3 Yamahas at the front, followed by the Hondas.
Well, it is fascinating. If it were to finish like this, Zakwan would be 6 points behind Haruki Noguchi, but only 8 points ahead of Apiwat Wongtanon going into tomorrow's final races. That makes it interesting. And look at this, Pasowit is coming up, as is Kazma Daniel. Kazma glides into P2 ahead of Apiwat as Pasowit, as Enokido goes very wide. That's a bad mistake by the Japanese.
Yeah, he discovered turn 12 yesterday as well. He's just rediscovered it.
It's not a pleasant thing to discover, is it?
No, not at all. No harm done, only going wide, but yeah, not so good in a race.
But his chances of picking up big points in the race disappear, I suspect, with that mistake. Up at the front, Kazma Daniel has got himself into P2. Anupab Samun leads, 9 laps to go, or 8 3/4. As they come down the second of the, well, the third of the long straights, really, if you include the main straight.
Yeah, approaching this turn 4 at around 300 kilometers an hour as they go over that blind crest and start braking.
Left, left, left. Right, 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 right.
Yeah, that's it. Back onto the right side of the tyre for another few turns.
Kazma surrounded by the Yamahas. So it's Yamaha 1, 2 and 3. Just Thailand, Malaysia, Thailand. And Zakwan on the Honda.
Yeah, and then 4th and 5th Hondas. And BMW 6th.
Yeah. Aslan Shah, well done Aslan Shah. Adam Noureddin may have had a dreadful time with a did not finish, but the defending champion has got himself into 6th place. Kazma P2. Let's push for it. Still a long way to go. Aslan Shah has really closed up onto the back of that front 5. As we've got,
look at that. There's the SDG Honda.
And Ahido once again.
So he's out of contention.
Is that the same corner? Is that corner 12 again?
No, I don't think it was. I couldn't see where that was.
Whatever it was, he's dropped right the way down into P10. He'll learn from that, he hopes, as Kazma Daniels, the new race leader, taken over from Anupam Sarmoon.
And Zakwan having another go at the top 3 positions. So they dive into turn 4 once again. Let's see what Kazma can do now that he's got to the front.
Aslan Shah's lapping pretty quickly. He's just done a 1:36.9, which is his best lap so far, and it's not too far off the pace being set by the front men. And there is Aslan Shah, the green livery right at the back of that. The defending champion. He's a competitive being, is Aslan Shah. He will not want to give his title up without a real battle.
Yeah, this looks like a good lap for Passawit as well. Just behind them, just behind Zakwan.
Kazma Daniel, as we approach halfway point of the race. Kazma Daniel has the lead, but not by much, from the Yamaha of Anupam Sarmoon and Apiwat Wangtanan close behind. Zakwan Zaidi comfortably enough in P4. But Passawit had a fast sector 1 last time out and just posted a 1:36.9, similar to Zakwan actually. Zakwan is probably just keeping an eye on what's going on ahead of him, monitoring who's coming up behind him, aware that Aslan Shah isn't a million miles away in P6.
Aslan Shah, he enjoyed himself, he said, in Sugo in race 2, even though he was injured. That was his best moment of the season, and now he's on the back of this leading group. Anupam making his presence felt. Well, there's been a bit of contact there because he's got the transfer flapping off the side of his bike.
ASB 1000cc, race number 1 of the final round of the Asian Road Racing Championship season 2022. A champion will be decided, but not today. It'll go down to the last race of the season. This man, Zakwan Zaidi, is the man who many are saying is the man most likely to take it. At the moment, though, he's putting a bit of pressure on himself here. P4 only. Whereas ahead of him, Kazma Yudin on the Yamaha for Yamaha Racing Team has got himself in P1. Little bit of a wheelie as he comes over the start-finish line. We are more than halfway through this race now. Kazma leads. Zakwan needs to be aware. You've warned of this already, Barry Russell. Passawit right behind him. Passawit.
He's right behind him. Another thing to watch out, I think, and now we're on the fast section of the lap, is how fast whether the Hondas can catch up, because the Yamahas have been faster in the second sector.
Well, the answer to that was no. Well, the immediate answer to that was no. And indeed, Kazma is pulling away. Kazma's last lap, a 1:36.1, which is the fastest lap of the race so far. And he's been able to pull Well, it was half a second at the start of the lap. It looks like it might be a little bit more than that now. And is he able to accelerate away? He took the gamble of the medium compound front tyre. Marginal gains, but a potential gain all the same.
Yeah, Passowit on the Honda, quick through sector 1. But here it's Anupap trying to close down Kazma, but he's got his work cut out because Kazma's looking really good. The tyres will be going off a little bit now.
Buoyed by a wildcard appearance in the MotoGP at Sepang. I know Kazma was absolutely thrilled to bits to be involved in that, and his confidence, which is normally high anyway, took another boost in his rookie season at the 1000 cc's. He is now giving himself a glimpse, half an opportunity of taking a title. If it remains this way, he is within shooting distance of the title on Sunday. If it remains this way.
Yeah, but what a magnificent first season for Kazma, because I haven't thought about him as a rookie since round 1.
I haven't thought of him as a rookie since he was 13. Bike 25, Riderage report to race control after finish of the session. Aslan Shah has obviously done something a little bit naughty.
Surely not.
Not for the first time in his career. As Kazma Daniel, who took the lead. This is now 3 laps he's been in the lead. He had established a healthy lead as Passowit now begins to put some real pressure on Zakwan. Well, if Zakwan were to lose P4, that really does put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, I think Passowit believes he can do it, but Zakwan's such a quality rider, and he knows how to ride under pressure too. But the problem is that that's going to stop him from catching the man in front, which is Apiwat Wongtananon.
Yeah, he's thinking behind him, isn't he, rather than in front of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Anupam and Kazma on identical points coming into this race, so this is a battle of egos as well. Apiwat not a million miles away.
Yeah, just strung out a little bit. There's nothing really being fought over. Perhaps P4 is the main battle, and here comes Passowit up the inside of Zakwan.
Ooh, is that the moment where the title really comes into jeopardy for Zakwan Zaidi? Oh, that is a huge, huge moment.
Let's see if he can hold it as they come down the fastest section of the track into turn 4. He does. Let's see if Zakwan was holding him up. That will be the next question to answer. Anupam maintaining his station. Kazma's not getting away. And as we know, any slip of any rider that's anywhere near Anupam gets snapped up.
This is thrilling. Not so much the race, but what it sets up for tomorrow. The race is good enough because Kazma and Anupam, they are battling for the right to really be the challenger to Zakwan, to really be the challenger to Ruki Noguchi. That's what this is building up to tomorrow.
That's exactly what it is. Passowit pushing really hard, maybe feeling his tyres going off, but he was he kept it gas, but he was making all sorts of shapes coming out of turn 12.
Bike 21 under severe pressure. Zakwan Zaidi, cool, calm, calculating Zakwan. 2-time 600cc Asia Road Racing champion, but in 5th place here. 5th place is worth 11 points. Passowit has 13 points. Apiwat ahead of him, 16. Kazma is holding on to 25. Anupam 20.
Yeah, Anupam holding on well, and there are 3 laps to go. This isn't finished yet, this battle for the lead.
It's not, is it? I'm wondering about the tyre wear, the medium tyre compound. Will it wear out? Will it hold? Does it cause a problem in the last lap or last couple of laps for Kazma Daniel?
Yeah, Anupab running the same tyre combination, and so is Apiwat.
And will Zakwan maybe wonder, was I too conservative in what I did? He went for hard. Was he too conservative in everything? But we've questioned Zakwan so many times in the past. As Zakwan has a look down the inside, but Pasowit leaves his braking nice and late. It is now just 2 laps to go, and it is code red for Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, and Pasowit closing in on his compatriot Apiwat Wongtananon, so we could see a late battle for 3rd place.
He is, isn't he? That wouldn't please Apiwat. Kazma Daniel is just looking ahead. In the pre-race interview with Daniel Bogas, Kazma just said, all I can do is enjoy it. Go out, he's gone wide though, and that's allowed a little bit of a gap there. And Anupab Samun looked like he made up significant ground, but the drive out for Kazma is very strong.
He got it hooked up really well after running wide. I thought Anupab thought he was going to pounce then too.
Kazma stands up. He's a theatrical showman on the bike. And look at this, Zakwan now knows the time is running out. He wants to make a move. There's movement all over the place. The positions haven't changed for 4 laps, but the energy is really being expended by them all. Kazma Daniel, look how he shifts his body, raises his head, thumps down. A smoother racing style from Anupab Samun. P1, less than half a second between Kazma and Anupab. Bike 500 chasers. Right leg out.
Here they come
feels the
again.
ground.
Yeah.
Last lap shootout, the wheelie once again from Kazma. His lead over Anupab is less than half a second. But look at this battle for P3, because Zakwan and Pasowit have clawed in on Apiwat. This is up for grabs.
Yeah, Pasowit pushing so hard, his bike moving around under acceleration. Right behind Apiwat, a seasoned superbike racer. Pasowit in his rookie season. He's having a look as they came into turn 3, but wasn't close enough. And Anupab's not close enough to Kazma either.
So Kazma Daniel, this would move him on to 140 points if he gets the victory. 14 shy of the championship lead. But if Zakwan stays in 5th place, he'll only be 6 points shy of Zakwan. But that's a big if, because Zakwan is making a determined effort to claw in Pasowit and also potentially Apiwat for P3. But this is the battle up at the front. Kazma Daniel holding on. It's been a brilliant drive. A brilliant ride.
Yeah, apart from going slightly wide at turn 3 on one occasion, this is an error-free performance from Kazma.
Anupab Samun looks for any kind of error, but Kazma, oh look at that, he's really close to the ground now. Anupab hunkers down, but they're coming into the final corner. A brilliant ride by Kazma Daniel, gets the victory. Kazma Daniel takes the victory, and 25 points from Anupab in P3. We have got Apiwat ahead of Pasowit, ahead of Zakwan Zaidi, and look at what that means for Kazma Daniel. He is in with a chance of the championship.
And that battle for P3, there wasn't a change of order, but there looked as though there was going to be one as they came into turn 12. Pasowit looked as though he was getting ahead of Apiwat, and then we lost the camera shot. But anyway, Apiwat held on magnificently to that P3 to complete the podium.
At the end of it, Haruki Noguchi is still in the lead. He won't be tomorrow, surely can't be, not unless something really nasty happens. But Kazma Daniel, he's given himself a championship shot, Barry Russell. He's got himself a 2nd victory of the season, 140 points, and he's only 6 points shy of Zakwan Zaidi. And if it were to go to a count back, he would be ahead of Zakwan because Zakwan's only got 1 win.
Yeah, and he got a warm congratulatory punch from Aslan as Aslan went past on the slowing down lap. But Apiwat really had to fight for that P3.
Yeah, as they came into the final corner, Pasowit and Zakwan both tried to sneak down the inside, go a tighter line, but it's the drive out that is often so important.
Yeah, Kazma had just a little bit left. We saw in qualifying this morning, he took provisional pole position. Nobody looked like they were going to touch him on the last lap, and then he pulled out another one that was even faster. And he did something similar at the end of this race. He just gave himself a margin at the end of 0.6 after soaking up all that pressure for Anupab for most of the race. And here comes Kazma's teammate, Yuki Ito, dangling that injured left leg.
And quite rightly he's applauding him. It's a brilliant drive. It really is brilliant from Kazma Daniel.
Yeah.
He was on pole. Yes, we knew he was quick. He didn't get off to the fastest of starts. Zakwan was super, super smooth. And now Zakwan.
He's leaving his visor down.
Yeah. Quite rightly too, because he's got some serious work to do tomorrow. If today's result is repeated, tomorrow's champion is Kazma Daniel and not Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, they've got some homework to do. Brilliant, brilliant ride by Kazma Daniel. So as you said, Des, it wasn't the tightest race we've seen this season, but absolutely fascinating.
The permutations just changed almost by the minute. Well, no, they didn't, but we thought they might do.
Felt like it.
Here's how it is. Kazma Daniel takes the victory by 0.6 of a second over Anupab Sarmu. Apiwat Wangtanan in third. Of course, those two are close together. Pasowit, there's the result that really, really causes Zakwan Zaidi huge problems. Aslan Shah, competitive as he could be in P6 on the BMW. Gary Salim, another mid-table finish for him. Yuki Ito bravely with a semi-broken leg, finishing in P8, 21 seconds down. Suhatai, the wild card, ahead of Enokido, who had a difficult time, but we'll see better from Enokido tomorrow for SDG Racing. He will have learned from today. Nakamura, 11th. Anucha crashed out, but then got back on the bike to finish and will get points. Okada and Aradam Noranin did not complete the race. All smiles though for Kazma.
Yeah, the joy of racing is right there. And that's one of the great things, and it's good to have people like Kazma in the championship, because the joy of the sport that he projects is really infectious and draws more followers into the championship. I remember a huge queue for autographs at Sepang in the pit walk last month when we were there for round 4. Flags fluttering. We have had a little breeze today, but nothing to upset the riders or the machines. But what a day's racing we've had.
Brilliant racing. I was expecting a number of the titles to be tied up today.
4 out of 5 left.
Absolutely. That's what you want. That's the competitive racing of the Asia Road Racing Championships. And I know we won't get an interview with Zakwan Zaidi. I wish we could, because he would talk us through his problems and his thoughts ahead of tomorrow. Instead, let's go down to Daniel Bogas for his reactions for this wonderful race that we've just seen in the Superbikes 1000cc.
So we're down here at Park Fermi for the ASB 1000 with this Apiwat. Apiwat, that was one of the best displays of defensive riding I've seen. Are we expecting more of the same tomorrow?
Yeah, today is very grateful is this podium, right? And it's tomorrow I improve a little bit to make the bike. Today it's difficult to follow the front group, but yeah, tomorrow try again in the warm-up lap, and we will see tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Apiwat. Great result for the team. We hope to see more tomorrow. And now for second place, we're gonna have a quick chat with one of the title contenders, Anupap Sarmun. So Anupap, you really rode your heart out there. It was amazing to see Apiwat the way he was defending. But yeah, Kasma just edged you. So what's the plan going in tomorrow?
It's I feel today and very hard attack. We have a little bit problem in the setting. Rear tire and finish. Yes, big problem for me. And when behind Kanma stay in the front very fast. Yes, paid very fast. And in tomorrow I keep anything for the homework in today and make the bed tomorrow. Fighting again, I 100% full gas. Thank you.
Definitely, we're excited to see that tomorrow. So now, thank you so much, Anupap, and congrats. And now we're gonna head to the race winner while he has a chat with some of the other riders. Kasma Daniel. So Kasma, what a brilliant race that was. From the start, at first it looked like you didn't have the pace, but then right at the middle to the end, that was a fantastic performance and 25 points.
Yes, firstly, syukur, alhamdulillah. I can believe also I can win in this track because even everybody know this track was Thailand rider was strong in here, but I just try to make consistent my lap time, and also I feel also I have extra energy because my wife is coming to support me. So alhamdulillah, and thank you so also the Yamaha team because always support me and also believing me. And this is for them, and this is for my family and everybody in my fans. Syukur alhamdulillah. We try more tomorrow for sure.
Thank you so much, Kasma. Congrats again. Can't wait to see more tomorrow. Back to you, Desenberry.
Race highlights of the ASB 1000cc race number 1 on board with Apiwat Wong Thailand for the start, in which Zakwan Zaidi, bike number 21, got off to a really clean start. Zakwan, the man in second place in the overall championship behind the absent Haruki Noguchi. Early stages by Russell. Zakwan looked like this was his title to take today.
It was a perfect start. He did get away a little bit on lap 1 and then got hauled in by Apiwat and then by Anupap Sarmun, and you can see there Kasma at this point in P4. Pasawit moving up nicely early in the race from P8 on the start line to 5. It was a bit too much of an ask for Ikuhiro Inakido in the end on his first visit here. He has been impressive, but he didn't quite manage to put the race together today.
By this stage though, Zakwan has dropped down to P4 and Kasma Daniel begins to make his move. Bike number 27, the young Malaysian, there he goes into the lead. We're looking, it's 5 laps gone, 8 laps to go. He would not be caught.
No, he wouldn't, and you could see Anupap followed him through past his teammate Apiwat, and he stuck with him, but as we got to this point, you can just see Kasma had a little bit more left, and then we were left looking at the battle for P3.
Yeah, where Pasawit got ahead of Zakwan Zaidi, which has huge implications for the potential championship challenge tomorrow. Kasma Daniel, once he got in front, it's a supreme ride from Kasma Daniel. As he comes into the final corner, he's got enough ahead. That's the big move there that you were very excited about by Pasawit. Couldn't quite make its hold as we went to the celebration of Kasma Daniel. Apiwat holding on to 3, Pasawit 4, crucially Zakwan in P5.
Beautiful race by Kasma Daniel, what else can you say? So they trundle across with the electric cart, the 10 meters or so to the
I was going to say, I understand Yuki Ito getting on the cart, not Kasma, but there's the race 1, 2, 3 from the park there, mate. Nice little touch. And let the boss walk. Why don't you?
Yeah, I was just going to say, and there's the boss. He's trudging.
But no doubt, very impressed with what he's seen.
Yeah, and they're always looking out for Thai riders here, so he'll be pleased to see another 2 Thai riders on the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the ceremony for the Asia Superbike 1000 Race 1. In third place,
one of our team, Nasha, got a ride on the electric cart as well.
Kind of celebrations. The Dunlop hats on, as always. We rarely mention the tyres except in the 1,000 bikes, but the tyres have all behaved well. We've not had any problems whatsoever. Dunlop have done a fabulous job all season.
Yeah,
it's been one or two scrambles in terms of getting delivery, thanks to what's going on around the world. But our top three are now on the podium.
The Yamaha Racing Team ASEAN.
Here we go. Go on, Kazma.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Malaysia.
And it's the Negaraku on Election Day in Malaysia. He couldn't take the grin off his face there, Kazma Daniel, during the national anthem, could he?
No, absolutely not, and he deserves it.
Mazunori Enomoto, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lubricant Asia Pacific, hands out the awards to the two Thais, Apiwat Wongtanan and Anupab Samun. Apiwat, his championship hopes have ended today. He's 42 points off the championship lead, but it's been a really good season for Apiwat. One win, a second, and 2/3.
Winner, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin.
Anupab knew the importance. If he could get ahead of Kazma Daniel, he'd be the man chasing the overall championship standings. But instead, it's Kazma who's chasing Zakwan, and they're both chasing Haruki Noguchi in his absence.
Representative to present the team award.
Tongchai Wangsawan from FIM Asia to hand out the team award to Kazma Daniel's Yamaha Racing Team. Fist bump for his compatriots.
We'd like to invite Mr. Masanori Enomoto and Mr. Tongchai Wangsawan to take a photo with our race winners.
There'll be some sleepless nights tonight.
Yeah, they will. Yamaha Thailand really feel like they've got some work to do. I'm going to be watching warm up like a hawk tomorrow.
Kazma with the win. Anupab Samun in second. Apiwat Wongtanan. So often those Yamaha boys are together as they are there. But Kazma has put himself in with a chance. Pasowit in P4. What that means to the championship standings. Haruki Noguchi still leads, but he's absent tomorrow. Zakwan Zaidi, 146, just 6 ahead of Kazma Daniel, who's just 5 ahead of Anupab Samun. 19 points separating 1 through 4. Apiwat Wongtanan is looking for maybe a little bit of consolation. He will be 5th at the very least. Yuki Ito bravely will try to hold off Adam Noradin and Pasowit tomorrow to hold on to the prize money for P6. So they are your top 8. Our defending champion Aslan Shah Kamruzaman is in 9th place and will not be, of course, be defending his title. Okay, so fabulous days racing. We had 5 championships up for grabs this weekend. 4 of them must still be decided tomorrow. Quick thoughts about the racing today, Barry Russell?
That's the main thing. We've still got 4 championships wide open, and we've seen some phenomenal racing today. Race of the day, perhaps the 250, but I've just said that, and the 600 was also phenomenal.
Indeed, hugely important day for tomorrow in a hugely competitive Asia Road Racing Championship. We're on air from 12:30 local time, that's Thailand time. So do have a good evening, enjoy your sport, but don't miss this tomorrow. We've got some humdinger racing coming for you. It's been a classic day on the Asia Road Racing Championships from Chang International Circuit. We'll see you 12:30 tomorrow.
มาเข้าสู่บรรยากาศการแข่งขันนี้ครับในรุ่นต่อไปครับนี่เป็น Official Support Race ครับสำหรับในรุ่นการแข่งขัน Honda Thailand Talent ครับที่ธนพรปริวนะครับออกสตาร์ทในตำแหน่ง Pole Position ครับนาที48.781ครับต่อเนื่องมาที่หมายเลข4ครับสำหรับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงห์หักพงศ์สตาร์ทที่2ครับนักแข่งญี่ปุ่นหมายเลข5ครับสำหรับโกยุนาคากาวะ
ภาษาไทยเก่งมากมากแล้วก็อีสานด้วย
คุณอารักษ์กรรมการผู้บริหารก็คอยใจน้องครับ
อันนี้แน่นอนอันนี้แน่นอนเข้ากล้องให้เราประทายก่อน
ที่3น้องก็
โอ้ตะกี้แข่งเก่งมากเก่งมาก
ที่หมายเลข9ต่อเนื่องครับชนะบอลรับฐานครับสตาร์ทหมายเลข5เราที่2ครับหมายเลข18ความที่การสุดสูง
นพลุพงศ์นเวศ
ต่อสำหรับการแข่งขันในวันนี้ครับแข่งขันกัน15รอบด้วยกันหมายเลข8ในรอบ5ครับสำหรับนพลุพงศ์นเวศครับ
ดีเล่นกล้องหันเล่นกล้องไว้นี่ใครวะ
หมายเลข21ครับคนนี้พิสดารนะชครับ
พิสดารไม่ใช่
นะครับน้องไทยเป็ดนะครับพิสดารนะโชคและมาที่หมายเลข5ครับคนนี้สำหรับเชสซี่เฟเรตี้ครับนักแข่งชาวมาเลเซียครับชื่อรายการเป็นรายการไทยในนักแข่งต่างชาติร่วมกันด้วยนะครับ
ฮะ
ส่วนคนนี้ครับคุณตะเลสิริชัดเกียรติบอกให้กำลังใจน้องๆที่ลงทำการแข่งขันครับตอนนี้อยู่กันกับพวกเราในทุกเฟสในการแข่งขันเลยครับป้ายที่ตัวจริงๆครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to all our race winners of the Honda Thailand Talent Cup.